Okay, yeah, we can see your workflow.
Yeah, first one, Parveen.
Okay, simply run it in flow time or in process lab, and we will see the outcome.
In process lab, I run it in process lab.
Okay, even better. First of all, did you validate the form and the workflow? Let's start. If you start with the, okay, so we have some, okay, narrow code during the validation of start container reason object reference. Okay, link doesn't have a target activity. Okay, let's look inside and see.
Should I close this?
Yeah, we understood this one. Okay, let's see. Start container, end container.
Yeah.
Do you have a validate? Can you validate this form?
No, I did not validate.
Let's see if there's any leftovers here. Looks okay. Let's run it in process lab and see what's the output. Okay, so far so good. Click on the container, or double click the container to access it. Okay, and now double click the form. Fill out some details inside. And scroll down, click submit. Well, the workflow was successfully completed. Let's check the quick watch. Remove the WF from the screen and go to the three dots there and expand your service request form in the fields in the middle.
From where?
On the left
Fields
side.
you have like metadata and container, like you will see the service request form.
Close
No,
this.
just
close the metadata. Locate the field called service request form. In the middle, in the middle of the middle left screen.
Below metadata, which you
and
after, yes,
you're almost there. You're almost there. Yeah, you have
Okay.
service request form. Expand the service request form.
just click over arrow.
Yeah, exactly. Double click the default view. And now you see that you have duplication in your expression upstairs. So remove the first service request form from the expression.
This one?
No, the service request form. You at the beginning of this expression, you have, that will do, as long as you keep the remove the brackets as well, or what's okay, clear this expression completely. Cool. Now double click default view.
Default view.
Yeah, now it wrote it properly. Click validate to confirm it's okay. Downstairs.
Where is validate?
Yeah. Okay.
The expression was validated.
Cool. Click OK. And now click evaluate. Now let's see. Click the plus sign next to the name. And Yeah, and click the plus sign next to the 0, and let's see. Okay, so we have all your input over here.
Details. Okay.
Okay, but I still have some on the workflow itself. It seems like you have some duplicated components there. So with your permission, I would like to, can you stop sharing?
Okay.
And I will share my screen and I'll do it from my side. Okay, so we will share screen number 1. And I will confirm with you that you can see my screen, the admin side.
Yeah. Yes, I am able to see you.
Okay, so if you're able, then everyone should be able to see. I'm opening your workflow. I will briefly take control. Now let's see what we have here. We have the workflow level, we have start and end, we have start container 1. So there's no too many, but this is really link. Target activity. Okay, so where is this link? Let's see. 2C72E. It's not new and it's not you. It's not you and it's not you as well. Okay. But there is a error code during the validation of start container 1. Reason, object reference not set to an instance of an object. Wow, this is really strange because I can't see any problems with it. Start. Okay. This is all okay. Let's open you as well. Yes, I do want to check in the activity. No, nothing here. Okay, let me take a screenshot of these errors because there's first time for everything. So let's leave it over here. If it's working, then I won't touch it, but I will check it offline and see what does these arrows mean. Let me give you back what I've taken from you, which is okay. You can resume your activity on it, Praveen. It looks okay.
Okay.
The workflow is running and the information is being saved. Okay. Now for who was it, Rohan? Oh, Bablu, who complained that he cannot see or cannot? Rohan. Okay, so let's. Rohan. Okay, so if you remember, we talked about roles yesterday. Where do you think the problem is? From Rohan's description, he's not able to create workflows.
Yes, sir.
I would say, I would look over here.
Like in my portal, I'm not getting the, like you are getting the administration and the solution in your admin side. I am only getting the workflow only.
Okay, yeah, I heard some directions over there. Let's check your user, which is OP10, right? Do you see any difference here with the user 10 compared to user 1 and 2? From the screen.
Like you have not selected the checkbox, I guess.
Correct. I didn't think that we will have up to 10, but you picked 10. You picked operator 10. So operator 10 doesn't have the global administrator roles. So what I will do, I will simply promote you in a second And now that you have been updated, you can refresh your admin page and let me know if you have the same screen that I'm seeing right now with the administration options and all these 6 components inside.
Yeah, sir. Wait, I'm just logging.
Okay, is it now?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now I
Okay,
am
now
getting
you
the
have
administration solution.
all the permissions in the world. I
Yes,
see
sir.
a message from Amitesh, share the username and password. Okay, I'm gonna put it back again on the chat window. Okay, so let me for a second stop sharing and access our server list and find this. Okay, so this is a Amitesh, you were lab operator 01, so I will send it like this. Type the message. Okay, and the password is the same for everyone except the username, which is different. If you want to know I listed it below, so that's okay. So Rohan, you are using operator 10. Bablu, which user are you using?
So he is using operator 9.
9, cool. We have even one spare. Okay, so I think everyone is now aligned. We do have
And sir,
some
I have
missing.
one.
Yeah.
I have one problem as well.
Mhm.
Also, like when I was doing the training, like in the 6th chapter, like in the test, they have some errors. Like whenever I used to click somewhere, it always used to say you are clicking on the wrong.
You mean in the e-learning modules?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Module
Like
6.
in the test, only in the test, module
Okay.
1 and it's chapter 6.
Okay. We can take it offline after this training, because after this training you will be familiar with the content of those videos. In any case, but let's take it offline after the course. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. So let's see how many. Let's return to the screen. Okay. So who do we have here? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this is mine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have the 7 workflows from yesterday. Parveen, you've added yours 7th one. Rohan and Bablu, you don't have your workflows yet. So what I would do, I will quickly create some duplications of my workflow, and I will put it, I'll give it your names so you can start from the same location that everyone else is starting. Okay, so let me do that like this. You all see my screen, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, so let's do it. I went to my workflow, right click it to the workflow space. In any case, I go to manage versions. You see in brackets it says active, which means that it will, any action that I will do now will be relevant for the active workflow I have in my workflow space. Alternatively, I can simply open my workflow space, select any of my workflows. I currently have one version, and click on manage versions. You see there's no active in brackets here. So I want to create a copy of this workflow, and I will call it service request 23rd November, so we'll know that's different. And I will click create. I will open it. Remember, this procedure changes or creates a duplicate of the workflow with this name. I need also to amend the alias so we won't get mixed up in flow time. Okay, so this is one. Everything is intact here, including the permissions. I will close it. I will create another copy. Service request. Okay, that is fine. I will open it and I will copy the name to the alias and I will close it. You just need to, okay, so that's one thing. They are out there. I will add them to my list over here.
Like sir, AAA project, as you can see at the top, it was made by me yesterday.
What, the AAA project?
Yes, sir. Like I was doing it on the Bubble because Bubble has an access of administration.
Okay, and now you have it as well. And let me just, where are you? Ah, okay, so let's put the participant here. And why is it upside down? Let's see. No, this is Hebrew. Come on. Cancel that. Add workflow. Let's put 23. 20. Oh, come on. Okay, so I'll add both of you over here. Push it. Where did you put it? It's driving me crazy in the morning. No, that. Come on. Okay. Okay, so let's try to do that. I don't see it in the here. Let's do it again. Two, 4, 6. So these are the 8 we've started with. If I go here and click on add workflow, let's do the hardware service request. You. Okay. Selected, apply. Why is it locked? Oh, you cannot add it over here. Okay, so you're both here. Ah, maybe because I've created it. Let's see. Okay, so let me get out of this. Maybe that will do. And check it in. Okay, so Rohan and Bablu, please confirm that you can now access your workflows, these ones, okay? Search for them like this. Go to workflows and simply type either your name or 23. So you will find both of them. And make sure that you can access the activities. Okay, and give me a confirmation, so then I will know that everyone is on the same.
Yeah, sir, wait.
Okay. So I will proceed.
Gil, actually, I have a problem.
Yeah.
In my workflow, there is something missing. I think it's a swim lane is not present in my workflow. So
Yeah, I was also observing that.
Okay. Well, this is a cosmetic add-on that you can always add later
from
on.
where I can add, can you please
Okay,
repeat
so
or
let me.
yeah, Parveen.
Okay, so let me open my workflow. Okay, so swim lanes are added from here, from the top banner. Okay, add a swim lane. And you can simply click, drag it, change the position, change the color, and we can move on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I would like to proceed with some more controls in our service request details form. So let's do that, is exactly that. So I'm opening I've opened my service request container, and this is the content of that container. I will open my form. Remember, it opens in a new UX studio. And I want to add a combo box between the row of name and email. So the first thing I want to do is add a row underneath the row of the name. So how do I do that? Let's refresh our memory. I click anywhere on my selected row. I confirm down here in the menu that I'm standing on a row entity. And then I click on the right arrow here, which says row tasks. And this is how I know that I've selected a row, because it shows me the relevant tasks. And I click on add row below. And the outcome will be another row over here between name and email. If I go to the source, this is the, where is it? This is the row for the name, and this is the row for the email, and this is what I've added right now. A row entity inside my form. Next thing, I would drop a label and a combo box. Okay, so I highlight my new row. I go to the editors option. I will add a label. And underneath the label, I place my cursor. Make sure that the cursor is under the label itself. And then I search for combo box and I plant it inside. Okay, so this is the starting point. Make sure you have these components in a new row and let me know that I can proceed. Everyone got it? A row, a label, and a combo box control?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I will take that as a yes from the team and I will start configuring it. So the label can't just be just label. This will be the place where I select the region for the service request team. So this will be called region. Always get the E in capital, and the label, remember the ID with the naming convention. So this will be LBL region. This is my label. The control, which is a combo box, I will give it an ID with the abbreviation CBO for combo box and also region. Save my work. Don't forget to save your changes with the save button here in the top banner.
Still, I'm not getting the add row option.
Sorry?
In my screen, I'm not having add row option, adding a new row option.
Adding a new option. Let's see
New
that.
row.
Did you select a row?
Yeah. Adding a new row option is not available in my form.
Okay, let's see that. I've stopped sharing. Please share your screen.
Yeah.
Okay, you are highlighting the column div downstairs.
Here only, right?
Okay, click here. Select the this is your state. Check out the menu at the bottom of the screen. When you click on the and all the options to the right of that, you have layout, section, body, row, column, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you need to make sure that you are highlighting a row. So click on the name label. Oh, yeah, this one as well. Okay, so now you've highlighted a row, you see? And if you click here, you have the row tasks.
Yeah, okay.
So now add a row below.
Yeah, okay.
Add the label and the control.
Yeah.
Yeah, the labels go there. Place your cursor under the label. Exactly. Put the combo box. Here it is.
Yeah.
And give it the proper names for the label
Yes.
and the combo box as well. And
yeah.
I will request you to stop sharing your screen and I will get back to my, okay, so here I am. Okay, so on the form, I'm pleased with what I see. I need to connect it to my data model, okay, to the default view table that I have for this form.
Gil, I have some issues, like right side properties are not displayed in my.
You mean here the properties?
Yeah.
What you see it blank, so you need to refresh. You reload, refresh the page or reload the page completely until you get it. Sometimes it takes time to load.
Hello.
It's showing the system cannot display the page. Please contact the administrator.
So this is a network issue. Let me see that. Stop sharing. Let's see that. Are all of you using Google Chrome to do these training?
Yeah, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see your
No,
screen.
I am on Microsoft Edge. I am
Okay,
using
so
Edge
Microsoft
browser.
Edge might pop up some problems. I do recommend opening it on Google Chrome. Otherwise,
Okay.
we'll be trying to troubleshoot Microsoft Edge stuff, which is not
Okay,
what
I
we
will.
want to do. Okay, Pallavi, do you have do you still have the issue? Can you show us?
Yeah.
Okay, if you refresh the admin side, or if you close the UX Studio, close the UX Studio page.
Yeah.
Yeah, and go back to the admin side. By the way, you have so many tabs there open. I would minimize the number as much as possible. Quick Watch can be closed. Yeah, there's an additional portal here, so keep one open. Okay, that could stay. You have two instances of your workflow there, I see. So you have two tabs with service request.
Yeah.
Yeah, so get rid of one of them.
This one.
You have two tabs which say service request Pallavi 22 November.
Sorry.
Pallavi, I can't hear you or see your screen. Oh, now you're back. Okay, so you have the properties of the workflow. Click on the service request container and open the form. Let's see what you get. Okay. Double click that to open the form. Okay, UX Studio is here. Can you click on one of the text boxes? Okay, so properties is there. So I think we found the workaround here to simply close it and reopen it. Okay. And I think you're on mute, so I will ask you to stop sharing and I will return to my
Gil,
screen.
I have a problem.
Yes.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Actually, whenever I try to click on the service request detail, it's showing, do you want to check out the activity?
And yes,
Why
you
it's
do.
showing?
Okay, so let me solve that for you. Go to the source control tab. Click on cancel here.
Okay.
Source control, manage. Select all of your tabs here, the checkbox, and click on check out.
Okay.
Okay, now all of these activities are assigned to you and you won't see that message again. Alternative.
But I am accessed from lab operator 7. Why it's showing lab operator 4?
No, you are logged in as operator 4, according to this.
No. 1 second. From where I can check this?
No, this will not show you, but let's see from where can you check it. You're supposed
Go
to
to
be
your slow time website.
You're
Go to your
supposed
slow time website. Yes, you will just check it. Yes, click
here
there,
is
lab
the-
operator 7.
Okay,
Yes,
so here you're
but
7.
I need to checking from the admin part, not from the flow time.
Okay, now open the workflow again from your admin side. double click on the form. Okay, so now you don't have that issues. If you run process lab, click on process lab from here. Yeah, let's start a new instance. Let's see who is doing that. You see, created by lab operator form. Have you logged in with 4 here and with 7 for flow time? That could be.
How can I log out here from and log in from the lab operator 7?
Close this window.
Okay.
And go to close the UX Studio as well.
Okay.
And go here to go to the admin page.
Can I close this one also?
Yeah, close the workflow as well.
Okay, sorry,
Oh,
1 second.
yeah, this is a tricky button there, yeah.
Mm. One second.
Okay, so here. No, that you're already accessing. You've already accessed there. So close. Do you have another? I can't see from the. Let's move this. You have two pages there for the admin. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now, where can you do that? Do you have another browser like Internet Explorer, or even take Edge if you haven't used Edge before?
Yeah, so they have not given the option to log out. Like he needs to turn off his laptop, again turn on, then he will get the option to enter the username and password.
Or even close Google Chrome completely, or what's it called? The cookies and the leftovers from the previous sites. Then that might do the job.
Now yes, sir. So now also I guess he will.
Yeah, let's clear that. Now, let's see. Okay, so now you're in the clear. Okay, 7.
What is the password? The password.
Clean. And okay, so open your workflow now. It has been taken by 04, so you need to take it back, I guess. Let's see if it's in red. Should be in red. Yeah, you see it's in red. Okay, manage. Check everything in. And then check everything out. And now it is associated with your user, which is 07. Okay.
Okay, now I need to check in again.
No. But by checking in, you are returning this activity back to the global pool, and anyone else can take it. Right? If it is checked out, it means it's yours.
Okay.
It's from the eyes of the outsider.
Okay.
Okay. So now you're in the clear. No. You check the entire workflow, so everything here is now under your control.
So I don't need to manage the child portion.
If I would like to get access to any of your activities, I would have to go to source control on from my side, and check in whatever activity I want to change or to look at, make the changes, and then check it in again so you can grab it.
Okay.
Okay, so please bring me back the screen. or stop sharing. Yeah, that was the,
One second, yeah.
that was the word I was looking for. Okay, so anyone else with the issues? Okay, this is the time to check your surroundings and do these and or become familiar with these problems, so we can put them aside and not encounter them like in day 4 or something like that. And it's especially useful when the workflow is still small and fresh, so we don't need to make any changes or severe changes here to the workflow. Okay, so bottom line is let's finish with this combo box and take a break after that. Okay. So I have the region label. I have the combo box with the proper ID that I wanted to have. Last thing to do, or two things to do here. One thing is to bind this
ID name is CBO region.
Sorry?
What is the ID name? Can you?
ID of the combo box is CBO region.
Okay.
Okay. We have a new joiner. Who is that? Let me see. Rama Kiran. Welcome.
Hi.
You are number 10, lucky number 10. Let me, first of all, welcome to the training. We have a very good team here, very sharp, and we're going to have an exciting training together. Are you a new joiner? I mean, fresh to Cora sequence?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm new joiner to Genpack and
okay. Do you have the URLs to access the training server?
No, currently I'm accessing from my personal laptop. Just today when I joined.
Okay. I will send you.
Yeah, you can provide the links so that I can.
I will send you the URLs in the chat. Not this one. Where is it? Too many open. Okay, so where is he? Okay, there you are. Chat. Okay, so let's do it like this from here. So this is the admin side. Control C. And this is the, where are you? Flow time. Control C that as well. Like this. And I will read this. You will be, anyone using user 08? I hope not. Control C that, Control V. Okay, so you have all the information in the chat. I would like to finish the control which I'm currently adding, and when everyone else goes on a break, you will stay, and I will confirm with you that you have access. Okay.
Sure. Where you have sent because in the Zoom chat I have not received any link.
I put it in the chat window. Can anyone else see it in the chat?
No,
Yes,
it's
no,
not.
sir.
No, it's not there.
Sorry, it went to Animesh. Okay. That's everyone in the meeting. Okay, so now it's cool. Okay, so Control C.
Just for your update, Rama is from our team under Animesh.
Okay, flow time over here, and the user and password. Okay, now you should see it in the Zoom chat. Please confirm.
I got.
Sir, 8 is already occupied by someone, I guess.
What, 08?
Yes, sir. Lab OP8 is already occupied. I guess it is occupied by Pallavi.
No, mine
Pallavi
is
should
OP6.
be, Pallavi should
Mine
be
is
0.
OP6.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Amitesh is 01, Jagadish is 02, Vijayendra 03, Prashant 4, Parveen 5, Pallavi 6, Ratandeep is 7, Bablu is 9, Rohan is 10, and Rama will be 8.
Okay, okay, okay. Sorry.
Okay, so Pallavi, you said you had an issue? Or
No.
is it okay?
Yeah.
You asked about the ID of the combo box. Okay, so back to my screen. I am sharing, so you should be able to see the combo box tasks. Like with the other 5 previous controls, I want to bind it to my data model. So I will click on this drop-down arrow, select new field. It will redirect me to the data fields. I will simply remove the CBO, and this is the name region, and this is the type text string. Combo box by default is expecting a text image or a string, doesn't matter. I will click OK. And I will confirm that this combo box is indeed connected to the region. I will save it. And I will, let's take a break here for like 10 minutes. In that time, Rama, please stay online so I can, where? This one, like this. Oh, this is what I wanted. Okay, so let's take a break here. This is now, wow, this is, it's 12:55 your time, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's put it into a democracy. When do you want to break for lunch? I'm raising it because we'll take a short break now and then 45 minutes more of training, and then we'll break for lunch. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so see you in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Rama, please stay online, and I will stop. First of all, I will stop the recording. Pause the record. Let's resume. Where are we? Okay, I will open my workflow. Okay, I will share my screen on this one. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on. So last thing we've done was to bind this combo box to the region data field, which we created. The last thing to do for it is to populate it with some values. I mean, we were supposed to select one value from a list here. Okay, that's the whole purpose of a combo box. Okay, so there are several ways to populate the combo box. Actually, we will go over 3 in this training. The first one is the manual one, which we will see right now, and I will select from the combo box options or combo box task. I will select edit choices, and I will add here some values. Okay, and this is done in the following way. I click on the add choice button over here. Instead of the default choice 1, I will put simply directions, north, and then I will select another choice and put here south. I will select east and west, and I would also add central. Now, you can move the current order will be the order appearing when we open the drop down of the combo box when we run the form and we open the combo box. I can arrange it differently, let's say alphabetically, simply by selecting one of the choices and using the blue arrows here on the right. So let's put east and north and south and west. I can decide that what will be seen or will be saved in the database could be values instead of the actual text. Okay, so by leaving this value field empty, it means that whatever when I submit the form or when I save the form, the text value will be recorded. Otherwise, if I put a value here, then this number will be recorded. Database considerations, I guess. Selecting one of them, one of the choices as default will pop it up when we run the form. So you will see that option when you run the form. So that's the basic configuration here. So get to a situation where you have these choices arranged whatever you like them. Okay, and let me know that you have it so I can continue.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will be clicking OK. I will be saving. And now I want to test it, so I will be running this workflow in Process Lab. Starting a new instance. Open the container, either double-clicking the form or highlighting the activity and selecting output. And I have the combo box here. It took the first option here and put it inside. But we'll fix that in a minute. But this is the behavior of the combo box. You can select any value here. And then when you are pleased with the input here, you simply proceed the workflow and submit it. I don't want to do it in purpose because I want to test a few things with the combo box. So if I click submit now, this instance 7144 will be saved in the database. And if I want to do additional testing, I need to create and run the process lab again. So I won't be submitting it. We will learn a few more tricks using the process lab as we have more activities here, like going back, rolling back my workflow to a previous activity and make some changes. I don't want to have this central option popping up when I open the form. I would like to have either nothing here or to have like a general text. Okay, so how do I do that? First of all, did everyone open Process Lab and were able to see the region and are able to select from the list? If not, let me know.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'll take that as a general yes. Going back to the UX Studio, let's see what I can do here. So I can go back to edit choices. I can add a choice, leave it blank. Okay, and move it upstairs. Let's see this behavior. Of course, saving. Going back to the same instance in Process Lab, and let's reload it, okay, with this button over here. There's two arrows. And now I see the blank option. So it's nice to have, but the only disadvantage is that you have an empty option here, which is not so nice. So this is one option. Another option is to start using some of the properties here. Now remember, when I highlight a certain activity or a certain entity, I get the properties on the right. So two options here. One is to edit this property here, which is called empty message. It is under the behavior section of properties for the combo box.
Hi Gil, actually I am not able to select the region.
You're not able to select the region.
Yeah,
Okay,
it is not showing in my output. I am sharing my screen.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, here.
Okay, let's go back to the form. Let's start investigating. Go to the UX Studio.
Wait, I'm going.
Yeah, let's check the, no, you were in the UX Studio. Actually, you have two of them open.
Okay.
Please make sure that you don't open any unnecessary tabs here. Okay, so have one tab for everything. No, don't close anything. But you see, you have two UX Studio tabs there open. So close one of them.
Actually, what is this? This is closed. This is.
You're not sharing?
Yeah, sharing.
Okay.
I closed.
Okay, so now you're in the UX Studio. Let's go to the, let's stand on the region combo box. Let's check the binding here. And it's not binded. That's your conclusion. Yeah. I guess you didn't save it. You see, you have the save button there all the time. Remember to save your work.
Okay.
And while we are here, let's check the edit choices of the combo box. Yeah. Okay, so we have some options there. That's nice. Click OK, and let's run it again in Process Lab and see what's the result.
Should I click on Process Lab?
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, it will not open.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So now you have all of them, and we're in the process of making it a little bit nicer.
Okay.
Okay. So let me go turn to my screen. So the first option that I showed was to add a blank option that will pop up when you start the form. Other options which are also available is writing something here in the empty message property. I will write something like, please, or not please, select region like this, and I will save my form. And it is saved. I go back to my process lab. You see it's called workflow debug upstairs in the URL. Let's refresh it and open the form. And now I have this lovely select region option. I still have my blank, which I can remove from the screen or from the edit choices. Another cosmetic option is, where is it? It's called auto insert empty something. Yeah. Okay. I think this one is also an option. This one, auto insert empty item. If I check this property under data and save it, I will reload you again. Now let's see what's here. Ah, no, the empty message oversees it. So let's remove the empty message maybe. Like this. Confirm that the, okay, so empty message is empty. Auto insert is enabled. I will remove the blank option and leave central. Now let's see the behavior. And I will reload it. Okay, so now region is empty. And it's still over here. Okay, so so you see there's many cosmetic options for you to search and I don't know, play with, or of course use according to the customer requirements. I showed all of them because what we've done here with the properties is taking out. Yeah.
Can you explain again these properties of like empty message and all?
Yeah, sure. I started. Let's go to the default. Let's remove this one. Okay. So I think this was my starting point. When I launch the form, I have the first option from my list popping up. It is not so user-friendly. It is acceptable, but if you want to see here, like if you want to see nothing when you launch the form, or if you want to see a certain message, a written message, then you need to go and make some changes which are done from the properties. So I confirm that I'm standing on my control, and indeed it is validated here. This is the CBO region, so I'm looking at the properties of this combo box. One of the options was to write something here, write some text in the error message property that will appear when I launch the form. Another alternative was to select the auto insert empty item, and that will populate. The combo box will come up, with an empty item inside. Up to you, up to the designer. Whatever is acceptable by the customer is of course acceptable by the implementer and the developer. Now you can see there are multiple properties for this control. This is a generic Telerik style control. And if I go to my, now it's yours also, knowledge center, and look for my UX Studio controls, I have here the combo box overview. Okay, and you see that for every aspect of the combo box, I have like a description and I have a click here. Okay, so all of this more information, and this is relevant for all the controls that we have in the form. All of this information is going to the public Telerik information, because simply this is not, we didn't invent here anything. We're using generic Telerik based controls in our forms. So all the information is basically public. So you can search for any property that you see here. Where was it? Any property that you see here, you can learn about it from the Telerik world. So for sure, I'm not going to go over each and every of these options, but you have them there. Okay, so the bottom line is to have a behavior which is acceptable by the customer. I like the option of an empty message, so I will return this, select region, and I will save my form. Go back here, refresh this page, I guess we'll do the same. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Okay, so this is the way it's behaving. I like that behavior. I can go and select my region over here. So that's nice. Of course, it disappears after the first show because the expected usage here is to actually select something. Okay, so that was about a combo box, and where am I? Over here. The ability to populate the combo box by creating a manual list. Any questions so far?
Gil, my form is actually got disabled when I open it down.
Your form got
a disabled mode. It is non-editable.
Let's see that. Okay, so you are in the UX Studio, and this is the. Okay, you are in read-only mode. If you close, this is this is debug mode. Okay, close this window.
Okay.
And open a new process lab. No, this is. Oh.
I think I need to set the permission from here.
What did you select here and set permissions? Let's see. Okay, this is administrator. That's fine. What is the validation showing you when you validate the workflow? Nothing here. Okay. Can you go back to the container? Click on the container again. Like,
Yeah.
it looks like there's another link there. You see, there's a link going over everything, which is
Yeah,
crossing the form. Can you click on the part of the link which is crossing the form? No. Yeah, this part. Let's see. Can you move the form a little bit to the right? Okay, so now I think we see the issue here. You have two links going from start to end. And I
Yeah.
think your workflow is simply, yeah, remove this one. Okay, now let's click on Process Lab and see what we have. Because the minute you, yeah, this looks better.
Yes.
Okay, so what happened here is the workflow done what he's supposed to do, and he followed the links. Okay, so now you have full control because your workflows were starting and terminating immediately because of that duplicated link. Okay,
Yeah.
so I think we got that settled. Yes. Anyone else with a issue? Okay, so we're done with the region combo box. Okay, we're pleased with the option over here. This is my debug. I'm back in the UX Studio, and I want to do another change here with the service requested. Okay, so currently this is a text area where I input the requested service. What if I had this service request which says I need a laptop and a screen. Okay, if I send this service request, put it in high priority, and click submit, the workflow was successfully completed. If you remember, oh, it was shut down. Okay, so I'm quickly putting the SQL Server back. Up, and I will show you what is the outcome here. I will click on yes over here. Do you see it on your screens as well? The server popping up?
Yes.
Okay, so let's give it a second. And I want to launch the data. Take some time, so I will, you know what, I can do it in the quick watch as well. Let's check the output here. It's the default view, and I want to evaluate what has been written to the database. Okay, so I need a laptop and a screen. Now, this is one entity in the database, but it actually hides two separate requests. Now, in our world, we will need like two entities to control it. One one request will go to the laptop thing, and the other one will go to the screen. So there might be two different departments here, or two different users here who are handling each case. And in terms of data, I need to split it somehow. I mean, I can't have one line in my database for multiple requests. Okay, so you understand the challenge here. Let me show you what I mean with this example. This is an example of a simple invoice. Okay, it's coming from a certain address. It has one invoice ID. We have the calculations here of the amount, but the thing is that we have multiple items here, and we need to treat each item individually, or each item needs to be represented individually in the database. Okay, so we need to tackle that. Let's see if it came up. Yeah. I think you understand the meaning here. Let's put this one in. I have a filter already going on my table. No. Okay, so.
So means individual means remove the duplicacy.
Sorry?
Individually means remove the duplicacy. Am I right?
I didn't get the last sentence.
No, remove the duplicacy, duplicate record.
Well, it's not a duplicate record. We need to create separate records for separate items. Now we can't represent it. Let me just find my UARC table, which is this one. Let's grab the name from here. Go back and filter that. And let's see this option over here. Okay, so first of all, you see that I've added this field over here. So for any past instances, I have the null here, and for the instance which I've submitted, it has populated here. Items 1 and 2 are fine because they have one request, but item 3 has multiple requests. So I can clearly not represent it here only in this table. I need another table. Okay, I need a table to show an option of multiple requests in multiple items in one request. So the best way to do it in Cora sequence in the form, let me go back to where we should be, is by using a control which is called a grid. Okay, this thing over here, it's not under the editor's list, it is under the data list, okay, because it has its own data entity. So the next thing we will do is we will add the grid to the form, and configure what needs to be configured in the background, and see the behavior in the form.
Hello?
Yeah.
Will, can I make limit here for the service request text box
Can you do
text
what?
limit? I need to make a limit here.
A limit?
Yeah, text limit.
What do you mean?
Hey Gil, Ratandeep means that in the service request field,
Yeah.
so can we put a limit of text? Suppose that we should enter only 100
100 words,
yeah.
50 words. Yeah, I need to make a limit
in
here.
text area.
Yeah.
In the text area, I didn't. There might be a control here. I'm not familiar with that. You need to search the. Well,
Yeah, max length here. Max length here. Okay.
Yeah, but even if you put there, you need to put a logical value there, like let's say 20 characters.
Yes.
So someone will write mouse, laptop, screen, and you're still with the problem. So text area is good for free comments or like free text, I would say. But if
No,
you want,
actually, I need to know, is there any property, or I need to put here a validation, proper validation?
Validation on the text itself?
Yeah.
Well, there's a whole section of validators that we have here, which we will see them later on in the training.
Okay.
But yes, you can validate any control here to any logic that you require.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so going back to the grid, what I want to do, first of all, in terms of time, what's the time right now? 1:45. Okay, so I won't do the grid right now, but you at least you understand the problem here and what and how I want to tackle it. Okay, so let's break for lunch. It is now 1:45. So let's take 45 minutes for a break, and you will be back in 2:30, right? My calculations is correct. Okay, so
Yeah, right.
when we come back, we will replace the text area with a grid and see that it works properly, and then we'll continue. Okay? Okay, cool. So I will pause the recording. Okay. And I'm back online. Let me share my screen. Now, we talked about how to tackle the multiple items in one request, and basically there's no magic pill here. Okay, we simply need to write the information from the form into an additional table. Okay, and the grid, and this is why the grid is a control which is under data and not under editors. It's not. It's like an individual, or yeah, it's an individual table within the form. So let's see what do I need to do here. So I want to get rid of this service requested text area, and then in that row I will place a grid control, and I will do all the necessary add-ons to the data model. So first, let's get rid of the current service requested option. Okay, so I'm simply removing the service requested label, standing on the label and simply deleting it. And I will also get rid of the text area. Simple as that. I have a blank row between the date and the high priority. And I will save my changes. Okay, one second, please. Sorry about that. The ink to the printer just came. That's good. Okay, so if you have an empty row here, I would like to add new stuff to it, but before that, something important. What is left in our configuration, which doesn't need to be there? We don't need it anymore. Remember that this text area was binded to a field in my data model. Okay, so in my default view table, which is currently the only table which is receiving information or saving information from this form, I still have this service field, okay, which still appears or will appear in my table. Okay, we can see it over here, the service. It will remain here unless I remove it. Okay, now since I don't want to leave any unnecessary fields in my table, in my database, in any case, I'm not going to write anything else to it. So I will simply delete it from my data fields. Okay, so I'm focusing on this specific field and simply clicking the X button over here, removing it completely from my memories. Okay, so now I can say that my form and my data model are clean from the service requested. So now let's add what we want. So I didn't want to close the data model. I want to create a table now, an additional table that will be populated or will receive the information from my actual requests. Okay, so it will read from what I write in the grid. So how do I add stuff to this data model? Simply go to the add button. I have several options I can add here, several data sources I can add to the model. I will start with the basic one, which is a table. Okay, so I get to the table properties. Please follow the steps and let me know that you are here so we can continue. And if you got lost somewhere, let me know and I will point you. Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm just waiting for confirmation from your side because we are a larger group now. So I want to make sure that everyone is in track. Okay, so the selected table, this is the UAC, this is the identity that has been added to my database.
Hey, Gil, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Which item need to select from left panel for this?
From what, from here?
No, I'm
you
asking.
need to select data model.
Yeah, data model, new data model. Define data model. This is screen, yeah.
Okay, so you go to add, and from the drop down you select the table.
No, before that, I'm asking from in starting point. Define data model.
How to reach define data model? I don't understand.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Data model is top.
You have the data model button over here on the upper bar of the form.
Okay.
That
okay,
will,
got it.
That will bring me to the define.
Yeah.
Okay, and from there you
there is
click
add
on
button.
add.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are all in this table, in this window, hopefully. I will give it a proper name or some name that I can relate to, and this will be the service. Oh, I have it already. Save. Service request details in one word.
Hello?
Yeah?
Yeah, Gil, actually, I need to know what is the mean here is the current workflow.
What is the
meaning of the current workflow here? Current workflow, external table, and then the new. The table properties.
Yes. Okay. Did you reach this location?
Yeah.
No, there are three options. Gil, there are three options on top of the screen: current workflow, external table,
external
new.
Table, and new.
What are the meaning of these options?
Okay. Well, automatically, because I've selected the new table, then I'm looking at a new entity.
Yes, I understand that one.
Alternatively, I can, you see, the current and external currently is empty because this is a new entity. These buttons are relevant. Once we add the new table, I will show you what is populated in current or external. You will be able to you will be able to select for additional activities or future activities, you can create new tables for them, or you can work with tables already running in the workflow. That will be what will be displayed when we select current workflow. Or the third option is to go outside and connect to an external table, which is not in the Cora sequence database, but we would like to work with something from the outside world, which is very common. Okay, so currently I've selected a new table, so I'm automatically seeing the new option. But once I add it, I will show you how I will show you the other ones. Okay, so going back to the configuration, service request details. That's the name that will be used in the system. And once I finish with this, I click on next, and I get to the data fields window. Now, if you notice, there is a button here called switch to basic mode. Basic mode will simply won't show the keys. Okay, advanced mode will show the default ID fields which are created with the new table. And what I want to do here is add a new field. Okay, so I simply click on add new field. It will be called, let's give it this, yeah, also
service requested.
Service request detail items. Yeah, let's put an S here. Service request details items. Okay, and it will be of type text. Okay, so this is basically my table. This is a table of one dynamic column, which can receive will receive input from my form. Okay, and this is how it looks like. Let me know that you have the same outcome. Can I proceed?
Yeah, Gail, you can proceed.
Yes.
Okay, so once I finished my big table over here, I click on finish, and I should see it as another entry in my data model. Now let's go back to the original one. You see now it's not. This is already a saved table, but you see that when I edit my existing table, it is I can't change it right now. Okay, it is already, this entity is already exists, but you see that the new table service request details has been added to the list. Later on, when I add activities to the workflow, they also might be using existing tables. Not necessarily every human activity needs to write to the same table. Okay, it might be only as a read-only view. So I have the option to select in my data model an existing table. You don't need, there's no need to duplicate the data, duplicate tables in my database if there's no need for that.
Can I edit this table name?
Sorry?
Can I edit this table name? Second one. Service request detail. If I need to edit.
This one is currently locked. Okay, I'm looking at an existing table with existing configuration. Okay, later on when we add more different activities, they can be based on existing tables, provided that they're not changing anything on the table. Okay, if they do need to change, that's another story. That's a customer decision on how to build the flow. But Cora sequence provide you the building blocks to be able to utilize existing tables and existing data for their other activities in the workflow. So for my form, I now have two data sources: the existing default view and the new service request details, which also has a unique identification in my database. Now my let's see if I missed anything here. I removed it and I added a new table, and that's cool. Okay. Now I go back to my form and I want to add my grid. Okay, so it's already highlighted here, the data options here. I place my cursor, and that's important. Place the cursor before you add the control, place the cursor in the right location. Otherwise, by default, it will be it will appear at the end of the form, at the beginning of the form. Everything is changeable, but in order to avoid the confusion, I'm located in the empty row, and I click on the grid, and by default, I have this entity here connected. Now, these are the default columns which came with the grid. It's currently not associated with any table. So the first thing I need to do on the grid tasks, first of all, I will ask you if you all have this grid in your form.
Yeah.
Okay, if you have the grid on the form, I will first of all connect it to the data source. It is called here query name. Currently it is none. When I open the drop-down box, I have my two tables available. I will select my new table, service request details, and automatically the grid will show the available rows from that table. Okay, I'm seeing the fields from the table. Now, the user doesn't have to see this FLDs, all these IDs. It's not needed in the actual runtime. So I will need to edit my columns. And this is done from this button, edit columns. Let's go inside. This is the grid editor. Currently, we have the...
Where is edit column?
On the grid task, you have edit columns.
Okay.
Okay, so selected columns shows you what is currently the fields from the currently connected table. You can manually add additional fields to this table, so they will be populated in the grid. This is covered in the advanced training and the advanced exercises, so I'm skipping that for now. What I do want is to leave only this option, the service request details item. So I want to get rid of these 5 fields. I simply look at what is currently highlighted, the FLD ID, and I remove him from my view. And I do the same for the other unneeded columns. The last column is the one which I will keep. And for the header text, I want it to look nicely. So I will simply separate the words here, service request details item. And I will click on finish. So now my grid is showing only one column. If something got lost during the process, no worries. I can always come here and click on refresh schema. refresh schema will populate the grid again with the default fields from the table, and I can do my changes as requested. Now, this grid is working with what we call CRUD functionality. So I need to be able to create new records inside. I need to be able to read them. I need to be able to update existing records, and I need to delete existing records from the list. So this is the CRUD abbreviation, the CRUD functionality. So the first option to add is seen over here. I can add a new record. This is controlled by this property, which is called command item display. Currently, it is on the top of the grid. I can put it at the bottom of the grid if I like, or I can even choose not to show it, which means I won't be able to add items to the grid. And this is relevant when you want to see a grid in read-only view. Okay, so
Hey Gil, I am not able to see that data source in my system. I am sharing my screen.
Yeah, I've stopped sharing.
Yeah, there.
Okay, so add the grid. And now you have the grid with this attached data source. Click on query name. Click on the small arrow on the right. You always have the, on the right side of each control, you have the options for it. Click on query name, the top option. Select your new table, service request details. No, you don't need to create a new query. No, you don't need to create it. You already created it. Click on cancel. And back to query name. Yeah, select the service request details table that you've just created.
Okay.
Okay, and now go to edit columns. You can see that you have some mixture there. You have field 1 and you have field 2. So I would suggest to correct it. Go to your data model. Yeah, open, edit this table. Click on it once and go to edit. Click on next. Okay, so field 1 is not needed. So you can stand on field 1 and simply click on the red X on the right of it. No, you didn't do anything. Click on edit again. No, you stay here. Click on next.
Okay.
You need to amend your existing table. Okay, click on next. Right. Stand in field 1. Highlight field 1. Now click on the red X on the right of it. Yes. Okay. Now stand on field on the one that you've added. Yeah, you see the name, service request details item, field 2. Remove the field 2 from it. One second, please. 1 second. Marcus.
Okay, is it fine?
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so now what do you have? What do you have here? Did you save the save your form?
Okay.
Yeah, and you know what? Remove this grid completely. Delete the grid. We don't have anything in it, so no harm done here. This is the good practice. And add it again. Yeah, and now select the query service request details. And now you have it. You didn't save it in the data model. Okay, so let's go back to the data model. Something strange here. Okay, that's fine. Click on next.
Still it is displaying. Yeah, it's new.
No, you need to highlight it first. You need to make sure that you are standing in the field. Now it is selected. Click on X.
Here.
Yep. Okay, now, did you change the name there? Before you click on finish, make sure that you did all the changes necessary. Yeah, the data, okay.
Is it sufficient?
Okay, that is sufficient. Yeah, okay. Click on finish,
Okay.
click on save after you click on, no, click on the button there. We don't see the blue one. You need to maybe minimize the screen. Oh, there you have it.
Okay.
Yeah, click OK once more. Now click on save. And remove this grid or remove the grid again. Delete it. Click on save before you add it. Click on save again to keep this. One second. מה אתה אומר? אפשרי? כן. יאללה, ביי, תודה. Where is the grid?
Grid is not. Yeah.
Okay, now. Okay, so this is the, now it is connected to the amended data model. Click on the arrow. No, data model is fine. Click on the small arrow there to open the grid tasks. Click on edit columns. Yeah, you will. No, you have in the middle of the task, you have edit columns.
Edit column, yeah.
Yeah, this one. Remove the 5 FLDs by selecting each one of them and then clicking X.
These one.
Yep, you don't want them displayed for the end user. He doesn't need it. You need to remove everything but the service request details. Okay, and there you have it. Click on finish. Now your grid is ready, almost ready. Okay, so now you are in the same spot as I am. So let's proceed. Going back here, anyone else with an issue? Okay, so in order to...
I have issue.
Yeah, let's see. Stop sharing. Okay. I don't see any added field here. Go to your data model. Let's see the actual content of the service request details table.
Edit.
Yep. Click on next. Okay, you have the field over there. Okay, so you probably removed it from the grid itself. So click on cancel and exit this window as well. Now go to the small arrow of the grid tasks on the right and click on refresh schema. Yep. Okay, you see it is there. You probably removed it when you edited the column. So go back go back to the small arrow Click on edit columns. And remove the first 5 fields. And there you go. Click on finish. And now the table is only showing the field. You also need to amend the name. You see, you have there, you still have field 1 over
field
there.
1, yeah.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's only the, and remember to save the form from time to time, otherwise the work will be gone.
Okay.
Okay, so in order to make this grid functionable, we need to make a few changes in the properties of the grid. Okay, so I'm highlighting the grid, and I go to, where was it? It's under data editing. Let's find data editing. There you go. There you are. So I want to allow automatic deletes, automatic inserts, and automatic updates. And I also want to do the following. I want to enable, you see, you have the auto-generate columns at runtime. I want to also auto-generate edit columns at runtime and delete columns at runtime. So I have the ability to write, to update, and to delete to the database, and of course for the end user itself. Okay, so this is how we enable CRUD functionality. Okay, you make sure you have these 3 checkboxes selected, and in the properties data editing, we have these 3 also selected. What did I forget? I forgot to save. And now I can try it out. Let's try it out. First of all, I will validate to make sure I'm not supposed to see any issues here. Let me know that your grid is configured as follows. And we can proceed with testing it. Can I move on?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see it from the end user point of view, because we understand the difference between process lab and the end user. The form itself, or the form visibility, is not different. All we have, well, it's a big delta, but the debugging process, which is available in the process lab, I think we saw it today and yesterday. So let's try to do, what was it, 22nd? Where is my workflow? Service request. This is my workflow. Okay. Okay, so these are the normal fields I had there. And I have here, it's going to the east, and this is a today's date or something like that. And now in the grid, I can add a new record. This will be laptop. And I can insert it. You see, for each entry, I can edit it or delete it. Let's put another request here. I want 3. And I also want a chair. And this is, of course, of high priority. So I will click high priority. And when I submit it, it will be added to the database. So that's what I'm going to do. So 7184, this is my latest instance. If I check it in the database, come on. Okay, so here we see my name, my email, the date, high priority, and region. Okay, the requested service is not here. Okay, but this is my latest addition, 7184. And where is the information from the grid? Well, it has its own table, right? We have it over here in our data model. Pick this up, Control C that, go back here. And let's remove the filter. Change this one. Control V. Let's see what you have inside. Okay, and this is the input from my new table for the grid. You see, it has the same workflow ID. It has the same activity ID because it came from the same form. The only identifier inside which is different is the
like
FLD
how
ID.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Like how we did 3 items in service request detail.
Sorry, what?
Like how you added 3 items service request detail. Like I'm able to add only 1.
Okay, let me just finish here and show you.
Screen.
Okay, so this is, let's go back here. This is the workflow 7184. It has one entry here with the activity ID 003, which is the same activity over here, but these 3 rows are of course independent because they have different FLD IDs. Okay, so the only magic thing that I did here is simply add another table. Okay, but this allows me to treat every item in the request independently. So in the future part of the workflow, if I need to direct the treatment for a laptop to team number 1, and I need to direct the request for a chair to team number 2, I will be able to do it because I can associate it with individual entities. Okay, so this is the outcome of the grid. Let's go back over here. And Pallavi, you said you had an issue. Let's see that.
Okay.
And Gil, how will we access that SQL server?
You can't. If you have your own environment locally, then you can. Access to the training server is only for us trainers. So you'll have to count on us for information, but we can see that, remember, we can see everything that has been written to the database can be viewed from the process lab. We'll see that in a second. Pallavi, are you sharing screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen.
So you say that you cannot add more than 1 item.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check that. Let's compare. Okay, so this workflow ended. Let's check the form itself. Let's check the grid itself. Yeah, this is the behavior. Okay. But you see, you don't have any option. No, it's read only. That's fine. Let's go to the UX Studio and stand on the grid and check the grid configuration. Let's see the grid tasks. Yep, these ones over here. Okay, so everything here is auto-generated, that's fine. And in the grid properties, let's check the data editing. Downstairs, downstairs, yeah, it is. Okay, so what is your issue?
Like how to add more than one items inside the service request detail.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing. Let's see what's missing. Can you click again on the grid tasks? Let's see that we have everything there.
Okay, sorry. This I need to
Okay,
delete.
so we have two grids here. Which, what's this
Yeah, I
one?
need to delete.
It's better to do it from the design. Simply remove it.
I was unable to delete.
Ah, that's strange. I mean, is there a problem with your laptop? I mean, the delete button?
I don't know why this is happening.
Is this a private laptop or a company?
Yeah, private lab.
Okay. Well,
Deleted.
that's not a Genpact issue in that case. Okay, so you have to delete it from the source. Yeah, these are the lines above the high priority and below date, right? So go to the source.
Source.
Yeah, Gil, I am also facing same issue in my laptop also.
What, unable to delete?
I am not able to add more item.
Okay.
Actually, Pallavi, you have already filled the form. I guess you need to start the new process lab.
Yeah, I had filled the form. Do it again. Like here, if I add.
Yes, just go to.
Okay, so
Add new record,
First,
right?
yeah, but you have it. Oh yeah, click here, click insert. What do you see here? Click on insert.
Okay. After that.
Now add again.
Okay, so you are able to add it and delete. Okay, click on add new.
That's what I was asking.
Ah, so
Again.
no, it's no problem. Simply add different text here. Okay, click on insert.
Gil.
Okay, I get it.
Hello.
Yeah.
Is there any way to stop this refreshing page whenever we insert new item? It is going to the top of the page. So like .NET, is there any way to stop?
Yeah, you need to put the yeah, but it didn't jump for me. Let's see. If
like
you run
.NET,
if you run it from the portal, let's see. If you run it from the portal, let's see. Add new record.
You need to share the screen.
Oh, yeah, that's a good thing. Okay, so you see my screen now. I've opened the.
Yes.
I open it here.
Gil, I am also facing the issue.
Okay, we'll take it one step at a time. Okay, so I've inserted laptop, and when I add new record, it doesn't jump.
Yeah, from the flow time website, it is not jumping at the top.
Okay.
I see that. Okay, from process lab, let's try it in process lab and see the behavior. Okay, so this is, yeah, let's submit it, why not? Without any issues. So this is completed. Run it in process lab. Open the container. And if I add a new record, well, there is a refresh of the page. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
Laptop, and then I click on insert. And then I click on add new record. And yeah, maybe because my screen is bigger, I don't need to scroll it all the time.
Yeah, actually.
But yes, I can contain a specific part of the source. Let me me remember how I do that. Yeah, I have it. It's a simple few lines of code that needs to be added there. Let's put
like
it here
in a
onto
.NET,
the-
we are using update panel here to stop the refreshing.
Yeah,
page or
update panel, of course. Decide, put the relevant section that you want to place inside update panel,
yeah.
and you will have it there. Let's see if we have anything. I think it's already also here. If we remember, we are developers and we're looking at controls, combo box, advanced. Let's see if we have it here. Take panel. No, it's part of the code. Oh, slip on my one second. Now you want something good here.
Maybe different.
Where is it? Useful troubleshooting. Okay, I need to find it. It's really quite straightforward. I will share that with you. Let's put it over here. Update panel, and I will show it later on. I think someone else had an issue.
Yeah, Gil, I have facing one issue actually.
Okay, let's stop sharing and see what you have.
Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yeah, actually, when I bind this grid, there is choose data source option. There is no query time.
What did you click there? You clicked something else there. Remove this grid.
Okay.
Oh, delete it, I mean. And place another one. Yeah. Okay. This is strange. You know, it's not data source. No. What is missing here? That can't be. It doesn't matter here. Do you have another, did you create another table in the data model?
Yes.
Let's check that.
This
Okay,
is my
service request details. Let's see what's inside. Okay, nothing unusual. Okay, let's go back to the form. You have any other grid here connected somewhere downstairs, maybe?
No.
No. Okay, but something important is missing from your form.
I think he's removed the data form, something
He
on
removed
of
the
the top
data
of the form.
source.
Yeah.
He removed the
Yeah.
data source of the form at the bottom of the form. There
Yeah,
was
right.
data source form, data source one. You don't have it anymore. So let's see the best way to recreate it. Let's see if that will work. You need the last two lines. These two lines. Let's see if it will help us. Let's control see that, and I will put it in the chat to everyone in the meeting. Put it like this. You need to copy these two lines and put it at the end of your source.
Yeah.
Let me check. Wait. Let's see what you have there. No, did you put it at the very end of the source? SQ source control. After line 69. Yeah. Let's see what we have here. Data source. Let's see if let's see if it saves it. That's the design. Let's go to the source again.
It's hang.
Something stuck there?
Yeah, I think it's
Is this also a private laptop or a company laptop?
no, it's company laptop.
Okay. But network issues maybe? Try to close the screen, close close this window of the UX Studio. From the URL, from the browser. From the top.
Cross button is also disabled. Not working like this.
Seems frozen, right?
Yes.
Okay, so release the screen and try to overcome it offline.
Okay.
If it didn't help for the form,
Mm-hmm.
you know, removing the data source of the form is a little bit problematic. You need to recreate the form.
Okay.
So maybe we will I will create another version of my workflow for that. But first of all, make sure that your laptop awakes or the browser awakes, because it seems to be stuck. Okay, maybe I can stop it from here. Yeah, okay, yeah, I can do that. Going back, anything else open?
Gil, for me, a record is not adding into the grid.
Let's see that.
Yeah. Yeah, here.
Okay, select something, type something and select insert. And is it written over there?
It is not add.
Okay, so something forgotten in the grid configuration. Let's go to the UX. Let's check the grid task here on the right. These are selected. Okay, service request details. That's fine. And in the properties, data editing, stand on the properties part, the right side of the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you go and scroll down until you see data editing. What is selected over there? After client. Yeah, you see data editing is not selected. You are you cannot auto insert, you cannot also delete. Data editing, a little bit down. Yeah, the 3 checkboxes there.
Yeah.
Yeah, these ones. You need to enable them.
Okay.
Save the form and check it again. Actually, you can check it. No, you don't need to open another process lab. Click on cancel there. You have an open process lab?
Yeah.
Yeah, click return there and reload the page. And now let's see the behavior. Okay,
Yes,
and there
it
it
is.
is. If you don't tell it what to do, it won't do anything. Okay.
Gil?
So last thing is to get rid of that
Hello.
annoying. Yeah, 1 second. To get rid of that annoying
Sir?
update of the screen. Yes. Who is it? Rohan?
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, I also deleted that form 1 data source. Can you help me? Like, I also getting the same problem.
Okay, let's check it again.
Yeah, let me share my screen. Like in the bottom that we used to get the data source and who I also deleted that.
Okay, so I will create a duplicate of my workflow and you will use that. Okay, because clicking on removing the data source is a little bit tricky. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time now debugging
Okay.
that. So let me do that. Okay, so let me close my UX. Let's close this as well. Close my workflow. Over here, manage version, create a copy of this workflow. That will be service request Rohan, but it will be at the end, take 2. Okay, so create.
Can we drag and drop this data source from the menu, left side?
From the which side?
Left menu, we have the data source menu. No?
What, this data source of the grid? No, it won't help you.
No, we have the data source menu in the left panel. Can we drag?
I don't see it. Can you point it? What
in the same window, window.
Like it is my screen. Let
studio.
me stop my sharing.
Yeah, show please.
This is the data source menu, right?
Never use that. I'm not sure what it will add here. Because it has to be connected to the default view. Let's see that. Yeah.
Default view.
Yeah, that could do the job.
Okay.
But then, yeah, here, what do you have here? Yeah, but no, it's yeah, let's try that. Yeah, it is connecting. Yeah, let's try that.
Okay.
I've created a copy anyway, but let's see. First of all, let's move it from here. Let's see. Okay, so which, okay, Vijendra, we are sharing your screen, right? And who had the problem? Rohan, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see if it finishes properly. Okay, we're looking at Data source must be or the ID of a control of type. Data source control. Form one data source could not be found. Okay, might be that the existing data source is problematic. Look, it's a nice challenge here to try and play with that. I cannot waste too much time on that.
Okay.
So I've created another workflow. Can you stop sharing, and Rohan, can you resume your screen? Can you share your screen, Rohan?
Yes, sir. Wait.
Yeah. Okay, let me close it. Close this and close this. Okay, close this window because we see that we are facing problems with the data sources here. So close this UX and close this workflow. All right, and go to the main page of the admin and search for Rohan again in the workflows. Okay, so you see this take two?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so this is the one you're going to use right now. I do recommend removing the previous one, deleting it completely from the system. Well, you can leave it and try to run it. It gets stuck in the form, but this one is a working one.
Okay, sir. But I added the, wait, let me show you. Like they have given the option to add the data source as well. Like from this side, I guess I can add the data source, but again, it is come to the bottom, but I guess I need to configure it.
Yeah, there's something still missing there. For the fundamentals training, I think it is too much, but feel free to navigate there and do your research about that. I would like to progress with the workflow, so I will leave it. I will leave it to you guys. So this is the workflow for you to continue working. It has a working grid, so that is fine.
Okay, sir.
Let's take a 10-minute break unless anyone else has a problem with the grid. Okay, I think that is it. Everyone has a working workflow with a working grid.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, Gil, can you make it for me also? Other workflow.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
Yeah, my workflow is not working. So can you please make it other one?
You try to make the changes with the data source.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll make a copy for you as well.
Hey Gil, actually I am not able to access the second link that is in training. That's follow demo Cora sequence digital.
What's this? Ratandeep, you send a request in Zoom for what? Live transcription be enabled for the meeting?
No, it's by going mistakenly, sorry.
Okay, so I declined it.
Yeah, sure, please.
Okay, what else is missing? Who was Rama? Did you had a problem?
Yeah, actually I am not able to access second link of the Cora lab admin. That's a follow demo link. I am not able to access. Yeah, this one.
Let's see. I'm putting it again in the chat. Control V. And you're saying that you can't access that one. This is a private laptop or the company laptop?
This is company laptop.
Okay, but you are able to access the admin, but not the flow time. That's strange.
Yeah.
Let's see that on screen. You are 08.
No, 05.
Wait, this Rama or Parveen?
Arvin.
Parveen. Okay. Maybe you're What's the Cora lab OP? Okay, and why are you typing that and not copying and pasting it from the chat? That's my question. If
From
you
the
sign in
chat,
now,
actually it is get stuck. I'm not able to click on or move the mouse. I'm not able to actually. Actually, I think my touchpad is not working properly. I'm not able to click on
what is not working?
and mouse touchpad.
Okay, that's beyond my control. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's go back. And okay, so let's take a break now, 10 minutes. In the break, I will create a new workflow for whom? For Jagadish or for Vijayendra?
Vijay.
Okay, so new workflow here. Okay, so now it's 3:35. Let's meet here at 3:50 your time. Okay? Okay, so share my screen and do like this. I wanted to show 1, 2, 3. Okay, Vijayendra, I created another workflow for you.
Okay.
Let me confirm. I'm stop sharing. Can you share your screen?
Yeah. I just
So the reason for the new workflow is because of those data sources, right?
okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
This
yeah, this is your new one. I would suggest to delete the previous one and to avoid confusion.
How can I delete this?
Click it, okay, like double click it to open it. And go to delete workflow and delete the entire workflow space. Second option, and click delete. And just like that, your work is gone. But you can always create new workflows. Okay, so by the way, if you refresh the search, just to confirm that there's no, yeah, okay, only 2 available. All of you have working workflows, right? I'm not talking about problematic mouses or delete buttons. I'm talking about actual workflows, right? Everyone is up to date with their workflows.
Gil,
Yeah.
This is Rama here.
Yes.
Yeah, in my case, because the service workflow request, I'm not able to get it. Anything is something needs to be done.
Again, you can access the admin side, but not the flow time.
Yeah, let me share my screen. I'll show.
I didn't understand the request. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen here in the data source. So here I'm not able to see I'm seeing only default view.
Okay, do you have another data source in your data model?
No, I have not done that.
Yeah, so he will show whatever is the only available tables in the data model. Can you go to your data model? Well, you have only one data. You have only one table. You need to create a new table and use that as the source of the grid. Okay, so click on add on the right side of the screen and add a new table, the first option. Give it a proper name instead of the UACT1 there. Call it service request details. Cool. Click on next. Click on add new field on the left side. Yeah, this one. Instead of field 1, write service request items. And leave it as string. Okay, and stand outside this, move your cursor a little bit to the open white space there, yeah, and click. Okay, and now click finish. Now click OK here and go back to your grid. Yeah, that will close this page, and now you're supposed to see 2 options there. Yeah, select this one, the newly added. Yeah, go to edit columns. Remove the first 5 fields. Okay, leave only this one, cool. And back in the grid task.
Should I finish, right?
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah.
Click it again and select the checkboxes. Auto-generate, edit, and delete. From the grid properties on the right, scroll down to data editing and select these 3. Save the form. And you are good to go. Run it in Process Lab or in Flow Time. No, you don't need to reload. You saved it. Run it in Process Lab. Yeah. Start a new instance. Okay, double click on the container. The middle container where you have the pause sign.
Okay. Okay.
This is the container. Double click it. Double click your form.
Service request details.
Yeah. Okay, query name property must be set to entity. Oh, come on, what's going on here? Okay, I'll be right with you back, Rama, but Parveen, why do you want to start the e-learning? I don't understand the request. It is either the e-learning videos or this course. If you want the e-learning, then you should not stay in the course. If you want the course, then stay in the course. I don't understand the...
And not now, but later I will, after the start, after end of this meeting or that.
Okay.
Yeah, actually I don't have that link because my laptop, I recently get my laptop, so.
Okay, so that will be the professional services link. Okay, so now I understand you. I thought you wanted to do the whole work again.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Parveen, link to genome path. Okay, noted. Okay, let's go back to, let's remove this chat window from here. The system cannot display the page. Yes.
I resolved that problem, like the error we were facing in the data source.
Uh-huh.
Yes, we resolved that problem. Now the last project is also last workflow is also working now.
Okay, how did you resolve that?
Actually, sir, there is a command in this. Like first, you need to add the data source in the end and just
Okay.
name it as a just name it as a form1 data source.
Yes, it's expecting the original name, I think.
Then you need to change in the coding as well. Like you need to go to the source.
Mhm.
Like in the bottom, you will get the option like data source run at server ID form1 data source. Place it at the second last line. It actually, as you will delete it, it will automatically go within the content template section. So
Mhm.
just cut it and place it at the second last line.
Okay. Well, noted and learned something new. Rohan, are we, who is, we are now seeing who?
Yeah, Rama.
Rama, okay. And we had a problem launching this workflow. Let me do it from my side. Okay, I'm stopping your remote. Stop remote support. Can you stop your sharing? Rama, can you stop sharing? It's still. Can you hear me? Oh, now it's okay. Okay. Oh, it simply disappeared. Okay, so let me share my screen. Go here. You see my screen, the admin side?
Yes.
Okay, let's see what's going on here. Query was not found. Oh, come on. Okay, so this is formed one data source. This is data source one. That's fine. I think that was the issue. No, service request details source. Okay. Okay, data model. Okay. Nothing fancy over here. Like this. Let's see if by the way, I think Rama has left the building. Rama, are you here?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay, so you see my screen. I'm messing around with your workflow now, but it's all for good purposes. Okay, so I removed the grid, and I will run it in Process Lab just to make sure that that was the thing which was causing the problem. Okay, so you see the form is working without the grid, so that's fine.
Yes.
So now let's put the grid back. Let's connect it here. Do it like this. Let's get rid of these. And what else do I need? I need the data. Boom. I will save it. And I will run it again. Hopefully this time it will open. Okay, so now it's opens and you have a working. Let's see if you have a working. Yeah. Laptop and insert. Now, this is working properly. Which one of you raised the issue of update panel? Or the solution for this jumping screen? I think one of you raised that. Well, in any case, the solution for this jumping
Yes,
screen.
I am raising that.
Okay, so let me just make sure. So the screen is not refreshing. It is refreshing, but it becomes quite annoying. So the solution for that is found here. This is one of the articles about the UX Studio. It's called UX Studio Tips and Best Practices. And one of the tips here is to use the update panel option of the to refresh the page wisely, they call it. What we need to do, we need to plant these two lines.
It's working same as .NET or a little bit different things are there?
Sorry?
It's working same like a .NET, ASP.NET or different? Because I was using already in a .NET update panel.
And is it working? Is it solving the problem?
Yeah, it's working in a .NET. I don't know about the sequence.
Because the core here, the core of our product is based on .NET. So okay, it will take it. So you need, for those of you who were not familiar with it, you need to place this part of the code above the control you want to refresh wisely. And then you need to close it, of course, beneath. So I want to perform that on the grid. So I will copy these two lines and I will go back to, I don't know where. So, okay, so this is mine. Oh, too many open pages. I guess this one. Yeah, this is Rama's. Okay, so Rama, this is your form. I go to the source. I locate the beginning of the grid. And okay, so here it is. Where's the beginning of the grid? Yeah, so this is the closing of the grid. So this is the beginning. Okay, so line 43 is the beginning of the grid configuration. Just above this control, between 42 and 43. I'm going to place my cursor and I'm going to add these two lines. And then I'm going to close it over the grid.
Can you put this all content into the chat?
Sorry?
Can you put the paste all the context into the chat box, the update panel?
Well, you can cover whatever controls you want. Or if you want it to be only on a certain part of the form, then which I'm demonstrating now, then fine. If you want the entire section, also fine. Where was I? Okay, so that's here, and the end of the grid is over here. So let me place it over here, save it. Validation is okay. And if I go back to this one, let's reload it. Okay, and the output, let's see, if I delete it, you see now there's no jumps. Okay, now it behaves
Yeah, it's
nicely, not annoying, user-friendly, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so this is the, let's submit it. Completed, close. This is Rama's stuff, so I don't want to touch it anymore. I will return, we'll check in the activity which I grabbed, and Rama, it is all yours. Okay, so this is one of the useful articles. As you can see, a lot of information here. If you're not familiar with these tips and best practices, then feel free to scroll over here.
Hey Gil,
Yeah.
can you send these lines in chat box so that I implement
The what?
content template with the update panel? Yeah, these 4 lines only.
No problem, I will do it.
Yeah, you can go ahead. I will send here the, yeah. Or you can go to
Okay,
the.
thank you, Randeep.
Yeah, I simply encourage you to go to the Knowledge Center because a lot of information is there. Okay. This one is mine. This one is the admin. Let's progress, okay? Because we are a little bit behind in schedule, so let us progress. Yeah, let's keep this one. So currently with the, oh, no, so much. 1 second. Excuse me for 1 minute. Okay, that is done. So we will add more stuff to the form later on, but for now I am pleased with the information here. So let's continue with the workflow itself. Okay, we are not over here. We are basically only in this part. Okay, so let's start working on the activity that will allow us to decide whether we proceed to the next task or do we end the workflow right now, depending on the selection that I've made or haven't made for the high priority checkbox. So yeah. So first things first is to add this task. Okay, this is a task for the technical manager who needs to view what is submitted from the service request details form, and he will have an option to decide whether he approves it or not. So the first part of his form, and remember, a task is a combination of a form and a message which is sent to a specific recipient or recipients, and the form which contains the actual view for that specific user. So in our case, the first part of the form will contain the original message from the service request details, but in read-only mode, and another section for him to approve it or not. So let's start adding stuff to the workflow. So I will be working over here. This is my service request container. I will be adding another swim lane, either by selecting one from the list above, or by, I could also copy and paste the existing one on my screen. Let's put it nice together. And this will be where is it? Yeah, okay. Okay, so this will be what the, not the IT operator, this is a new person. So I will change the text of the swim lane to reflect that person. So this will be the, how was it called over here? Technical manager. Okay, so that will be the tech. Okay, this should be reflected in the swim lane. Let's reload so it will be reflected. And let's make it a little bit more colorful. So, okay, I see that you're also doing it. Yeah. Okay, okay. So, wow, crazy color. Okay, so the tech manager will be over here, and I will need a task activity for the tech manager. So I go to the human activities. I have here the form, which we already know, and we're going to use this one, task. Let's place it over here. And of course, before I put it in the right place, remember the links, okay? I'm not going now, I'm continuing from the service request details, not to the end of the workflow. I need to reach some activity which will make the decision. And from this activity, I split my ways, okay? One way goes to the end of the workflow, and another one goes to the task. So for sure, this link is not relevant anymore. Now I can place it nicely inside. And now I need to I need to take care of this activity. Now, this is a very straightforward question here. Was high priority checked or not? If it was checked, I proceed to the task. If it wasn't checked, I proceed to the end of the workflow. If I translate it to the language of Cora sequence, I need a flow activity, which is called if-else. Okay, and if-else, as you can see here, enables you to route a workflow to one path or another according to a business rule. Okay, so this is reached from flow, if-else. Let's click on one of them, or with one click, I will add it to my canvas. Let's place it properly over here. Now, what is the actual, what are the actual links here? So I know that from the form, I reach the if-else activity. So I will connect my form using the control button and right-clicking on quick bind to connect the form to the if-else. Now, if you don't like these straight lines, you can change it to right-angled ones, which looks nicer. The if-else will have two paths, one going to the task and one going to the end of the workflow. In our case, we don't want it to reach the end of the container. We want to reach the end of the workflow. And in order to simulate that inside the container, I have this other activity here called end, which marks the end of a flow branch. So this is what I will need. Clicked on the end, and I have, you see, it's similar to what we already have in the original part. Now, I'm not going to connect, or maybe, yeah, we should. Let's connect the if-else. We have one link to the task. If I want to proceed with the workflow. And another link goes to the end. And if all goes well, after I complete the task, I need to proceed further. So I will connect the task to the end of the container. Sometime today. Okay, so this is the new look of my container. It starts with a service request form. I fill out the form. It then proceeds to an if-else activity, which with the business rule that we will configure here will decide whether to terminate the workflow or to proceed to the task itself. And from the task, I continue with the workflow. So this is how I translated this logic between these three entities, the service request form, the if-else activity, and the task, to the actual building blocks of my workflow. So I will pause here and confirm that you also have this topology. And then we will start creating it one by one. Can I proceed, or still waiting a few seconds for people to create it?
Just wait for 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, it's good. I rather wait here now 1 or 2 minutes so everyone will have this topology before we start digging into the actual configuration.
How to select that task one container?
This is a task activity. You go to the human section and select this task. Okay. Yeah, it's a person who writes something. Okay. If you're ready to go, let me know.
Yes, sir, we can proceed.
Okay. So, as I said, this task should show the tech manager the previous service request detail. So I don't need to create the form from scratch. Remember, a task activity is a combination of a form and a message. Okay. Yeah, the message will contain, of course, text explaining the person what he needs to do. Like, please review this request detail and decide what to do with it. And the actual form is where you perform it. Okay, so let's share information here from the service request details. So I'm back here. This is my service request details form. We talked yesterday about the different views that I can create for a form. So now we are going to utilize it. So click here on the right side of the views here. I have the option to delete or to add new views. I will select a new view. Now, the catch here is that I can only create another view based on one table at a time. Since we have two tables in our data source, we'll need to perform it one step at a time. But for the majority of the controls, I can do it in one shot because most of them are, actually all of them except the grid are located under default view. So I will select this one or leave it as default view, and I will create a read-only section. Yeah, this one. We'll create a read-only section, which means it will take only the section of the form without the header and the footer. Okay, so make sure that you've selected or highlighted read-only section. Okay, the other options, I think you should remember them. These are the options that we have when we are creating a form from scratch. But we are looking at sharing the same information simply in read-only. So if option 1 is ready, default view query and read-only section, I'll give it a proper name, service request details read-only view. And if all is, I'm basically ready to proceed, let me know that you have the same configuration.
Hey Gil, actually I am not getting endpoint in my workflow.
You're not getting an endpoint in your workflow. You mean
Yeah.
over here?
Yes, yeah, this point I'm not
Okay,
getting.
do you have the flow option on the left?
Yeah,
And do you have the end over there?
and okay. Selecting that.
Okay.
Okay.
And how to get end container?
You have the end container already.
I don't.
No, so you just probably removed it. Let's see your screen. Okay, you have the stuff. Okay, you're doing it on the upper level of the workflow. You need to double click on your container, which is called service request. You see in the middle of the workflow. Did you double click it? Or edit, whatever. And this is where you should be doing it.
Okay.
Okay, but it doesn't change the logic. If you go back one step above to the main page, No, still here. Simply click on the name of the workflow.
Yeah.
No, the name of the workflow on the top.
Service request Pallavi 22 November 21. Just click on.
Go to the left and click. Yeah. So
Yes.
this will bring you one step above.
Okay.
Okay, so it's still valid. Okay, the container has only the form, but then it will proceed to the if else and then to the task. And at the end, it's not the way we wanted it. But did you configure anything inside? You didn't, right?
No.
Okay, so let's now that will make it difficult afterwards, because no, it won't. It won't. You can keep it like this, and then later on, or you know what? Let's have everything in place. Copy. Right click on the task.
Yeah.
Right click on it. Select cut. Yeah, go open the container, service request. You can do it from here or from the container itself on the canvas.
Yeah.
Yeah, double click here, paste, right click and paste. Oh, come on, where is it?
No, paste.
Control V maybe? It should bring it here. Yeah, there it is. Go back to the workflow, the main page.
Yeah.
No, you're in the container. You go here, cut the if else. Did you do? Yeah, cut it. Okay, now go back to the main page, and let's clear to the main page of the workflow. Yeah, over here. Reconnect the container to the end.
This one.
Yeah.
Oh, what is happening?
This is laptop issues, I think. Now, if you want to do that, then that will take a long day. Simply click Control, and while Control is pressed, click the end entity. The end entity, Pallavi, please.
This one.
Yes, this is the only end. No.
But
press
Control button, and while it is pressed, left click the end.
Left click and
first click on the service request.
Okay.
Press Control from the keyboard.
Yeah. Done.
Yes. Now right click. Quick bind.
Okay.
Okay, let's make sure. No, you see, this is going opposite. Okay, so delete it and do the same procedure, but start from the service request container. Press click. Go.
Yeah,
left click and mark it once. Left click service request. Press the control key and hold it pressed, and then press the end entity.
Pallavi, I requested for the control. Can you please accept it? I will show you like how to do it.
Okay.
No. Okay. And there you have it.
Yeah.
Okay, now return control to Pallavi. Now you need to go to the container.
Yeah, I gave up the control.
And I also need to
You can
this-
do that later on. This, remember, swim lane is only graphical. You can keep it here
Okay.
or you can move it later on. Let's try to proceed here with the material. Enter the container. And now with
Yes.
the same, remove the link between the service request details and the end container too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Connect the service request details to the if else activity.
It's connected. Why it's not going like this?
This is fine tuning work. I won't waste my time on that. So please use the control option. Left click on service request details form. Left click, only left click once. Hold the control key pressed. Oh, come on. Yeah. And now click on if else. Yeah. Right click and quick bind.
It's
Okay. Working.
uh,
That's nice. Now do the same thing between if else and what's this?
why this is 2 tasks.
Yeah. No. Oh.
Here is
Gonna be a long day. This is a container. You don't need that. Delete this container. Lovely. Now go and place from the toolbox. Click enter here. You don't see any options here.
yeah, why?
Click the cog icon next to the question mark on the top right side.
What?
Next to the question mark on the right side of the screen, yeah, you have the cog icon.
This one.
Yes, this one. Okay, you have it over there. Click OK. Now refresh the page. Reload the page. Okay, now
It's not there.
of course it's not there. Let me. Okay. Stop sharing. I will do it from my side. Let's see if it's faster.
Okay.
Okay, now let's go here and you see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Taking control. Okay, so we are here. We need to add, oh, this is my screen. So, okay, so let's add a task activity. We will bind if else to task 1 and then to the end of the container. And we will add a end activity. And we will bind that as well. And now to confirm, from the form to the if else, from the if else, one route to the end, one route to task 1, and then to the end. Okay, I'm good with this. Let me check everything in. And I will close this one and go back to my workflow over here. Pallavi, you're good to go. I think you need to refresh your page there.
Yeah.
Reload the page in order to see the various activities in the App Studio.
Okay.
But where were we? We were in the service request details form in the UX Studio. Let me cancel this and go back here. So everyone should be here in the UX Studio of the service request details form. Clicking on the new view here, this is the rightmost button on the upper banner. Confirm that you are selecting the default view table. Select the read-only section and change the view name to service request details read-only view. Now, if you have selected these options, let me know and I can continue.
Gil, please repeat once.
Are you in the UX Studio?
Yeah.
Okay, go to the upper banner. You have the three dots and this drop-down arrow.
Wait. UX Studio and that is reload. Okay.
Now select new.
New.
Make sure that option 1 is set
read
to,
only. In option 1, which option I need to be select?
the one which I'm
read only.
Read only section.
Read only, okay.
And confirm that the query in option 1 is set to default view.
Okay.
Give it a proper name. In my example, it is the name of the form, but with the read-only view at the end.
Approval form. Read only. Okay.
And if you're all set and everyone else is also set, let's click on OK and see what happens. Okay, it will usually open it in the source mode. Okay, now if I'm already here, notice the difference in the content of the fields. We have the labels here, the same labels as before, but now instead of the text box control, it is represented by a label, okay, with a CSS class of read only. And this is how it looks like.
Because it's in read-only mode, right?
Exactly. So this is the same view of the same form, but this time it is in read-only mode. Now, alternatively, I could have copied this form and paste it in the task and go to each and every control here and look for the read-only property of it, and that will do the same job. But imagine you have a form of 20 or 30 controls, no need to do this hard work. So you simply created an image of this view, but in read-only mode. But it is still different from what we are viewing here. So check it out. Check out the order of the fields. We have name, email, date, high priority, and region. But in the original form, we have name, region, email, date, then high priority. Remember, grid is not part of that table, so I wasn't expecting that. Now, the reason for that is that this process of creating the new view, it goes to the table. And in our table, which is called default view, the fields were arranged like this because we added region after we created these four. So the machine is taking the fields as is. But that's not a problem because we can always control the location of the fields. So make sure that your view looks like this before we make the changes.
No, actually, I have some issue. I am sharing my screen. Actually, I'm not on that screen.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, I am here.
Okay, so go to the design. At the bottom of the page, you have source, split, and design.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the original view. That's fine. Go to, on the top bar, you have, yeah, to the right a little bit, you have a drop-down item. Yeah, click on new.
New.
You haven't performed that. Okay, so click on read-only section. Give it a proper name, like read-only. Okay, click on finish. A view with this name already exists. Okay, so let's check the, so call it 1. No, simply change the name, add the digit 1 at the end. So it will be a different view. Okay, yeah. Click on that. Let's see what you get. Nothing. Okay. Can you go to the default view? Select it. Yeah, from here, how many options do you have here? Let's go to
3.
Yeah, you can always delete the ones that you don't need.
This one.
Let's
Can
find
I
out.
delete?
Let's find out why none of them is showing anything. Let's see the default view.
Okay.
Yeah, click on default view. Okay, let's scroll down a little bit to the end of this form. Okay, what do we have here? We have too many. Click on validate for a second. Okay, we have here too many unnecessarily. Remove that grid from the bottom of the form. Delete it.
Which one? This one?
Yeah, it's not part of the form. It's not needed here.
Okay.
Now let's see what. Okay, we are left with the data source. That's fine. Save the form. You were able to run this workflow, right? And see the results, right? So the workflow is working, right?
Yeah.
I mean, can you run it and see that it is working? Because it looks like the default view, the view is not taking anything. Let's run it in Process Lab quickly. Yeah. Okay, and are these, everything here is active?
Actually, it's a jump problem.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you didn't put the update panel, that's fine.
Okay.
And
insert
and put your name there in the name field. Yeah, and then click submit.
Only name. Okay.
We don't have validations yet, so it's not relevant. Let's see. Okay, you see that it moved to the next activity according to your links. Okay, if you click on the word workflow there next to output, okay, it went there, but it is still, no, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be waiting there. Why is it waiting there? It is pausing there. Let me run it. I think it will be quicker.
So right now we have not set the if else, I guess.
Yeah, but so
like we need to
Yeah, but the point is that the workflow proceeded according to the plan. It went from the form to the form 2.
Yeah.
Why is it
Sir,
form
for
2
that
over there?
we need to click on the wire and just click, if else in the end event, to just click on the wire.
No.
Then right click.
And no, there's nothing.
No, like
Please, let's try to tackle this issue. Parveen, let me stop the remote.
Okay.
And I will share my screen. And let's do the surgery again.
First one.
First one. What is this one?
Yeah, actually, this is created yesterday, so it is not in fundamental.
Okay, so let me take control here and check everything in. Okay, so we are in the form. This is okay, not what is complaint box? I think it's the leftover from the text area, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this is text area.
Remove. Okay, now this behavior doesn't, it's not related to, let's see. Oh, it does appear. No, read only one is, let's delete it. But you see that this is the read-only view, and it displays properly, right? Can all of you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me close it and put back everything back in the system, and I will close your workflow. I will stop sharing, and now put your screen again, because this is really strange. This is something to do with the display, not with the work of the workflow. Go to the UX Studio again. No, this is the debug mode. Go to the actual UX Studio. Yeah, this one, and select the replace the default view with the read-only view that you created. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Well, no magic done here. Maybe just a refresh of the page. Is this a private or Genpact laptop?
Yeah, Genpact laptop.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. But I didn't see, if you go back to default view, we have it properly?
Wait.
Yeah, all is well. Okay, well,
Okay.
this is the mysteries of life. Okay, let me go back to my screen. Over here. The last thing that I wanted to change here to make it according to this view is to move the region back to its place in the read-only view. So this is only a matter of playing with the rows here. So I will stand either on one of these region labels, confirm that I'm in the row entity, and then move it up, move up and up and up until I am pleased with the location. Then I will click on save. Okay, so the final look of your read-only view should look like this. Let's take another break. Okay, 10 minutes, or do you need more time? Or maybe you can continue. I don't know. I never asked that before. Do you want to continue or take a break?
So continue from here.
Okay, your time now is almost 5 p.m. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's finish this part. And do as follows. So the last thing I need to do in order to have the same look, the entire look of the form as read-only, I need to add the grid. Okay, so I go to my read-only view, and the grid here is between the date and high priority, right? The grid is between date and high priority, that's fine. So I will add a row between date and high priority. Again, select one of these rows, and I will be adding a row below. Now, I want to add the grid in the same way. So I'm adding the grid here, connecting it to the proper data in the query name. I will edit the columns. Okay, and I will separate the words here, service request details item. Now, since I want it to be in read only, the last thing I need to change is the command item display, set it to none. This means that this grid view is connected to the proper table, but it will only show the items inside. The user will not be able to add anything to this grid or to modify anything in this grid. Okay, and this is how I reach the same look as the default view look, but with all my components in read-only.
Sir?
Yeah.
Sir, can we drag the complete row instead of dragging the date or that label or that input?
Drag it from where? From the default view or from the...
No. From the default view, like these are not in the correct order as they should be.
Right.
So now I want to drag the complete row from one point to the another. So can I drag the complete row?
No, you need to select the row entity and then use the small arrow here on the right side under row tasks and move it up or down.
No. You have placed your region at the second point. Like earlier
Let's
it was
see
at the last.
Let's see it in action. Let's see what you want to do. Okay, this is the read-only view. Okay. What do you want to change? You're on mute, I think.
Oh, I'm really very sorry.
Okay, so you want to move the region row upstairs.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see you're highlighting the entity. On the bottom part of the page, you have the options of row, column, body, section.
Where?
On the bottom of the page. Yeah, you have row, column, body, section, and so on. To the right, simply go a little bit to the right. Yeah, so select the row entity, click on it. Yeah, and now you have, now you have the small arrow on the right side of the row. On the top right side of this row, you have a small arrow. Click on it. Yes, this one. And move it up. And then move it up again. And now it's in position.
Okay.
Very simple.
Okay. Yeah.
Very simple. 1 second. Okay, so now we can go back over here. Okay, the last thing I need to set here is this. Let's see. Where is my high priority? Yeah, so you see the difference between the text boxes, for example, that became a read-only text, okay? And the date control also became read-only. The checkbox is not translated into read-only in this process. So what we need to do is make sure that the high priority checkbox is not enabled. How do we do that? We simply select the high priority control, and under the behavior section of the properties, we remove this option from this checkbox. So my read-only view is almost complete. I want to change my header here. So this will read service request read-only view. And this is my final, this is the final look of my read-only section. I have these 4 controls in read-only. I have a grid in read-only mode. I cannot add to it. And I have my checkbox in read-only. Okay?
I don't have this option, region. May I share my screen?
Let's see. We have the name, email, date, service. Maybe it's called service. Let's look at the data model and see, because the read-only view was created based on the default view table. So let's see what's inside default view. Edit. Next. Okay, we have name, email, date. Service is like from the history. Before this was related to the text area that we removed, and we put the grid instead of it. So you can remove it from here. Yeah, you have a field there No, you don't need to add anything, please. Remove that. You have a field there, which is called field. I'm not sure what it is related to, but before you change it, click on cancel. No, don't remove it. Click on cancel. So put back the name. It was called field. Okay, and now let's finish. And let's see what do we have in the default view of this form. Switch the view to the default view. The view, the top right option, yeah, over here. Click on default view. Let's see what we have here. We have name, we have region. Okay, so that's fine. Click on the region combo box. Yeah, let's see what is it binded to. Okay, so it's binded to a field called field. So that was this is what is causing the problem, because the name of your field is not user-friendly, let's call it, but leave it as is. Leave it as is. Let's go now to the read-only view. Which one is the correct one? We have two options here. I'm not sure. Name, email. So okay. So you see the field called field is your region. Now again, this is corresponds with what I explained. In order to create this read-only section, the system goes to the database, to that default view table, and create a read-only version of the fields inside the table. If the field name is field, then it will create a row with the name field. If you change it to region, then it will show region. But it is there. Now, if you want to move it upstairs, you know how to do it, right? Yeah. Select the row option at the bottom of the page. And now move it up to the position you want it to be. And it can jump even higher between name and email. One more, yeah. Now the field service, it was there in your data model, so it is copied here, but you don't need it. You can remove the row of the field with service inside. Simply delete the row with service. Pallavi, you have a row there which has service inside. 2 rows from the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need it because it's not connected to any field. So you can remove this row. Okay, so select the row again from the bottom of the page. Yeah, and delete it. Oh, but you can't delete it. Oh, you can, okay.
Okay.
Okay, now the last thing to do is to add the grid in read-only mode. But let's take a break here as well because we are running all along. I'm stopping the remote and I want to share my screen. And I want to show you this guide. Okay, this is the PDF. By the way, Pallavi, did you get it from Animesh?
Not yet.
Okay.
Anyone
In any case, all of
share it in the group?
No, we didn't get it.
all of the exercises are written here. Okay, we are now in the I think over here. Okay, we are creating the read only. Okay, adding the new and the section, and then adding the grid and read only. So you have all the instructions inside. I won't pause now to do it again on your read only view. What's your status? Can we continue?
Yeah,
Because
we
now-
can continue.
Okay. So we have the read only view. Now we need to use it. But before we go, my plan is to plant this read only view in the task activity. But before I do that, remember that currently the information stored in these tables is available to which level? Remember from yesterday, we talked about the keys and the levels of the keys or the levels of access. Currently, this table is relevant only for this activity. So anyone who is recognized with this activity ID can use this table. And since there's only one activity ID for the form, then I cannot use this information in other activities. What I need to do is to open this table to the workflow level. How do I do that? I do it by setting the key to the workflow level. So I went, I'll show you the steps again. From the data model of the form, I start with the default view table. I want to replace this key name. The best way to do it is to click on next, copy this syntax of the FLD IWFID key, simply Control-C that, go back to the key name and replace it with FLD instance workflow ID. Now this table is available for other activities in the workflow. I click on next and click on finish. I will do the same thing for the other table, which controls the items inside the grid. Already have it in saved, so I click on next. And click on finish. And now all my behind the scenes is ready. Okay, so I will stop for a second and make sure that you have it all also with the same configuration.
Hey Gil,
Yeah.
what is the purpose of this step? Why we are doing this means we are just copying paste the another ID?
Because if I don't change it here to the workflow ID, I won't be able to use the information from this table in other activities besides this form. And I do want to use it, right? I want to see it in the task as well.
Okay.
Even,
so the purpose is we are going to use that ID, right?
We are going to use the information stored in this table and display it in another form activity. In our case, in another task.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so this is how your table properties should look like for each and every table. Default view and service request details. The key name should be the workflow ID. Okay,
So only for one table or both of the tables we need to do?
Both of them. If you want to see the difference, you can leave one of them as activity ID and see the behavior, see the difference in the behavior.
Okay.
But we want to show all the information, including the grid, for this tech manager. So we want to make everything with the workflow ID.
Basically, workflow ID behave like a primary key here, right?
Primary key to access that table, right?
Yeah.
So anyone with this key can access the table. And all the activities on the workflow have the same workflow ID. So it is now open to more people or to more activities. Eventually, yes, it's open to more people. So the IT operator who is filling the form and the technical manager who is viewing the form can both see that information. Okay, what else? So we added everything. We did all the there. Now we're back in the App Studio. Cool. Okay, so this is all of this preparation was done on the form. Now let's start build the task. Okay, so if I double click on the task, you see it starts exactly like the form activity. So let's give it a proper name. Service request approval. And once we have the name and alias in place, I click on next. Okay, you are familiar with this window, of course, because this is the same form definition. Remember, a task is a form displayed to a certain recipient in order for him to perform something, to do a task. I'm going to keep the new form here, okay, to have a clean table. I'm going to select from the creation mode selection the one column A responsive. So we're basically doing the same steps as we created the original form. Now we will let it work, and it opened the service request approval. Okay, let's give a nice description. First of all, did you all reach this place? I will pause here and wait for you. Can I continue from here? Did you all reach this this part?
Yeah, Gal, yeah, we reached.
Okay, so this is the service request approval form of the task. Let's give it a proper description. Please review and decide on the following. Now, we want to plant here the read-only view of the original form, plus another way for the technical manager to approve this request or not. So let's clear the space here. Let's leave. Okay, so let's get rid of this row, the middle one. And on the upper row, I will clear it from the content. So this is my starting point for my service request approval form. Okay.
Hegel, I
Yeah.
am not reaching on this screen, so can I share my screen? Screen? Okay.
Okay. You've done all the configuration in the service request form, all the read-only view, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And double click on, no, this is a service request form.
Yeah, this is the service request. Read only.
Okay. And go back to your App Studio.
Okay.
To where the other activities are and double click on task 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have it here. Service request approval. You can put some description later on. What I've done is I removed the second row, deleted the second row.
And the third one also.
Yeah, remove the row. You see, you didn't select the row when you deleted it, so it removed anything, removed the column
Okay.
content, but that's fine. Click on OK here. And from the first row, remove the label and the text box.
Fine. It's all. I need to delete something. Label.
Yeah. Clear it completely. Yeah, clear this row completely as well. So you have 2 empty rows, right?
Yeah.
1 and 2. Okay, fine. So you're good to go. Okay, so I will be sharing again. Now, how do I get the read-only view from the original form? I will need a new control, which is called the sub-view. Now let's look for it. You see, it's the last control on the list of editors here. Okay, so I went to editors. I scroll down the list. I found sub-view. I make sure that my cursor is in the right row, and I place it inside. Now, this is a pointer. Okay, it's like a routing place to reach other parts of forms from the workflow. So the only thing I can configure here, almost the only thing, is the virtual path here on the properties. So I click on the virtual path, and the system is asking me, where do you want to look? Okay, so I will be looking for my workflow, and inside my workflow, I have my activities. This is the service request details, and this is the existing task. Inside service request details, I have 2 views. One is the default view, and one is the read-only. I will click once on the read-only view. The system will confirm the path here. And if I'm happy with this path, I will click OK. And boom, just like magic, I have my default view from the original service request details form. Okay, so this is a little bit tricky, but again, you add a subview to the right location on the form. You go to the virtual path. You locate your required read-only view, and then you click OK to insert it into the actual view, to the new form. Now I will pause a little bit and see that you all got it.
Hey, Gil, I'm not getting the virtual path.
Okay, let's see.
I'm sharing this. Okay, this is the subview.
Okay, go to the properties side.
Here is the virtual path, right?
Yeah, virtual path.
Then,
Click on the folder there on the right. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Then,
Now you see this is your workflow, right? These are your two activities. Click on service request details. Yeah. And now
this
one, yeah, one click here, and there you have it. Let's see. Let's see what is populated. Click on OK.
Okay,
and there you have your read-only inside your service request approval. Yeah.
Okay.
So don't forget to save it.
Yeah, save.
Okay, I will save it as well. Can I proceed from here?
Yes, we can take a 5-minute break. Gil, I think there are a lot of people just.
Sorry?
We can take a 5-minute break. Actually, a lot.
Yeah,
of
sure. People. Yeah. I was wondering when you will start to collapse. I think now is the time. Okay, so now it is. What is it? Now it's
5:23.
5:30. 5:30. Okay, so we still need to finalize this task and then configure the if-else activity and make sure it all runs. So let's take a 10-minute break.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes and we'll proceed.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
cool. So to recap on where we stopped, we have the service request approval. This is a task, so we're looking at the form part of this task. So the first part for the technical manager is the read-only view of the service request. What I need him to do is to decide whether he approves it or not. So I'm going to simply use a checkbox for that.
Gil, sorry
yeah.
to interrupt you. Actually, what is the role of subview? Why we need subview actually?
By what?
In which case we can use subview?
You want to show how to add the subview?
No. What is the role of subview? In which case, in which conditions we can use actually subview?
Well, imagine the requirement here is that another person, like the technical manager, should view the original form.
Okay.
Now I can create the form from scratch, or I can copy it and use an existing form. That's possible. But then I need to make it a read-only form. So okay. In order to save work on setting each and every control backward, or making it read-only, then I have this option of a subview with the combination of a read-only view. So I did need to work a little bit to create the read-only view of the original form, but once I have it, I use the subview in order to reach it virtually. This is what the virtual path is doing, and there I have it. So I have only one source of information, which is the original form, the read-only view of the original form. I can use it wherever I want here in the workflow. And moreover, if I have only one source and all the rest of the forms are linked to it by this virtual path, if I go and change anything in this read-only form, if I add another field over here, I don't need to go to each and every form which uses the subview and change it, because I have only one place. I have like a template. So I change it in one source, and then I enjoy it in other places. So that's the usage of the subview.
Okay, thank you.
The main thing is to save time on multiple changes. When using subview, you have only one place you change, and then all the other forms are using the path to it. So if the path is the same, but the content is different, then they will show the updated form all the time without the need of changing in multiple places. Okay, so I want to add here another checkbox. So I will, you know the drill already. I'm in the service request approval form. In the last row, I have a label. I will put the cursor under the label and add a checkbox. The label will be labeled as approved with an ID of LBL approved. The checkbox will be with an ID of CHK approved. And I want to get rid of this checkbox text that I have inside. So I'm marking the checkbox control, and in the checkbox properties on the right, I go to the text attribute, and instead of checkbox, let's write something useful for the technical manager. Please decide what you do with this request. Okay, so now the technical manager can view the request and decide if he approves it or not. By approving, he will check he will select this checkbox. I will save my changes as usual, and I will ask you if you are in the same location. Can I proceed?
Yeah.
Okay, so my form look is okay. One last thing I need to remember is that I need to bind this control to the data model as usual. So I do it with the same drill. I mark the checkbox, click on the checkbox task, and in the data field. Now, this is a new form. Remember, we created a new form with a new table. I don't have the fields. I don't have any field inside except for the IDs. So I will select new field, call it approved. It is of type true, false. That's fine. And then I will click OK. I confirm that the control is indeed connected and binded to the proper field. And that is the last thing I will configure inside the form part of the task. Okay, I like the way it looks like, so I will close it and go back to my container in the App Studio. And I will wait for your confirmation that that is indeed the case, and I can continue with the configuration of the task.
I will continue.
Okay, so the first part is configured, the form part. Now let's say configure the message part of the task. So I'm highlighting the task and make sure that I have the task properties on the left. And if I scroll down to the end of the properties, I have the message part here under miscellaneous. We have here 3 dots. Let's click on it and see what we have here to configure. First of all, as a reminder, we have a link here to a relevant article about task messages. So very useful. Make sure you visit that at least once. So what do we have here? First of all, we have the subject and the body of the message. So this is what the technical manager, whoever it's going to be, we're going to decide later on who is going to get this message. This is the subject of the message that he is going to receive. It reads here act.activity alias, which means that the name of the activity, in our case, service request approval, will be written in the subject, in process, and then we have this piece of expression, which is the workflow instance ID. So what I expect to see in the subject of the message is a service request approval in process, and then I will have the process number 710 something. Now I can change it to any content that I want. It could be free text, or it could be something which is related to a certain task, to a certain instance number, which is the best practice and most recommended way of working. The actual body also has like a default template, which you see over here. Please complete this activity name in the same instance, and so on. We want to customize the body here of the message. So let's see, how do we do that? You have here on the right side of the body, you have the 3 dots. So before I go there, I want to make sure that everyone is with me in this page, in this window.
Yes.
Message details for service request approval. Can I proceed?
No, actually,
Yes.
Someone said no, but he's far away from his microphone, so I don't know who is that.
can I share my
We can't hear you. We can hear you very. Oh. Who is
Can I share my screen?
Yes, you can. Now go ahead.
Okay.
Who's sharing? Who's sharing? Parveen.
Parveen.
Okay, let's see.
Actually, this combo box is coming outside the row. It's not inside that. Here I write the label.
Okay, where is the row of approved? If you click on approved, yeah, and click on the, you see, you don't have a row there. It's like it's like hovering somewhere inside.
Okay, I am just deleting that.
Okay, let's find the you have a row there inside this body, right? If you scroll a little bit up.
Wait, I am showing you.
No, you don't need to change that. Otherwise,
okay.
it will get messy, as you see. So put it back in the location. Yeah. Now, if you stand on the subview, itself. This is the subview. Okay. We need to add a row beneath the subview. Can you, when you stand on it? Yeah.
Actually, increase the size of your form. Actually, you already have the row.
I am decreasing it.
Yeah, but it's like covering it. Let's do like this. Let's remove the subview. Let's do it here because it's a few clicks of a button. Delete the subview.
From delete. Okay.
Yeah, delete it. Yeah, we will add it soon enough. Okay, now let's see what we have inside.
Yeah, there is a row also. One row is there.
One row, and what else
second
is it?
row,
Ah, so it is
Second
a,
is the
okay. So you simply, you scrolled it down and up, so it will look a little bit different. We need to reduce the size of this section. Scroll a little bit down.
okay.
Yeah, yeah. Now push it up. Not so up. Yeah. Okay. Now you see
Fine.
the 2 rows. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So now drop a label in the second row.
Mm,
Not this one, the
Second
second
row.
one. Yeah. Drop a label inside. No, it's not. No, you're not standing inside. Delete it. Delete this label.
Okay.
Make
I'm
sure
trying
you
to
are
do it.
parked inside the row before you. Yeah. Okay. Put your cursor in the second row. Okay. And now add the label. Let's see what it does. Okay, I think you removed the column here. And
Actually, he didn't selected the row. That's why it added automatically in the last.
yeah, but this is not a row you're looking at. If you select the first one, select the first row and down and add a label.
No,
Now it's
actually,
yeah, because you deleted the column. Okay. Exit the UX Studio.
from where?
Close the window.
Okay.
Yeah, close the window. Close the window of the UX Studio.
Okay.
Maybe hide. Yeah, close this window.
Oh shit! I close
Oh.
all.
Oh,
thing.
that's not good. It remembers everything, right? No, 8
8. Okay.
or 5, whatever. Yeah, 5. Now, look, you have too many pages open here. You need to close and leave only the App Studio, which you're currently open, and we'll open everyone again. Close everything except for this site.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to work to organize the location here. Okay, so close this UX Studio as well.
Actually, I am getting some problem due to my sharing screen. It is displaying on side. How can I create this?
Then close your workflow as well.
Okay.
Close the workflow page. Yeah, this one. Close it, and now you can close the UX. Okay, now let's start again from fresh. Okay, inside. Okay. No, we don't need the form anymore. Close this form. Close this UX. Well, you know what? Leave it open. We need to open the. Basically, you need to remove the task and create again, because otherwise we will spend like 30 minutes trying to put back the sections and all. No, it's the same messed up section that you have there. Close this UX. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Now delete the service request approval task from your workflow.
Where? This one?
Yeah, this is the only service request approval task you have there. So remove it, please. Yep. Yes. Okay. Okay. Put a new one. From human activities. Human. Yeah. A task, right? Yeah. Place it nicely where you want it. And now, yeah, give it a. Okay, cool. Click on next. Next. Select one column A and next and finish. Sorry. Ah, you have a pop-up block there. Release the pop-up, yeah. Okay, now click on it again. Double click the task.
Okay.
Let's finish the task first and then you can connect the dots. Okay, so this is the approval task. Okay, now you have 3 rows here. Now let's do it
Yeah.
carefully. Let's do it carefully. You see,
Okay.
now select row div downstairs.
And this one.
No, select, stand on the middle row, somewhere in the middle row. Yeah.
Okay.
And now you see downstairs at the bottom of the page, you have column div highlighted.
Yeah, column div.
So highlight row, not column, because you deleted the column, the entire column, and not the row. Now you can, now you're deleting, now you're working on a row and not on a column. So you need to pay close attention to what you are removing. Okay, remove the row. Yeah, okay. Now on the first row, the upper row, remove the label and remove the text box and save your form. Yeah, and now stand in the row because now you have the row entity here. Yeah, and now add from editors, add a subview. Yeah, and go to virtual path of the subview and locate your read-only view of the service request form. Yeah, this one. So that's nice. Then it will be populated. Why not? Ah, there it is. Now at the bottom of the page, you have another row with label there. Call this label, change the text to approved. And give it a proper ID, ALBL approved. Okay, and drop under the label, drop a checkbox and call it CHK approved in the ID. Create a new field. You see, you need to change the name before you go here. So otherwise it will be left as, yeah, approved. Okay, now it is binded. Now you are basically, you need to save the form and you are good to go. You can do some more fine tunings here, like remove the text checkbox and write whatever you want, but you are good to go. Okay. No, this is the ID. Don't do that. You need to put a proper ID like CHK approved. Okay, now your form part, save the form. And you can close the UX Studio for this form. And go back here and go to the properties of the task. Scroll all the way down to the message attribute and click on the 3 dots, and we are here. Okay. So you are good to go. Now, I'm not saying that you cannot amend the section / row / columns from within the source. It is, of course, doable. But first of all, you need you need a template of a working form if you want to copy the components from them. Otherwise, since you are only at the beginning of our form creation, then it's not so, you see, it wasn't so difficult to recreate the form. Okay, so I want to proceed here, unless anyone else has an issue.
Yeah, you can proceed.
Okay, so I know it's 6 p.m., but we really need to finish this part. So try to follow up as much as you can. My next item is to change the body of the message. I click here on the 3 dots next to the body section. I will remove what is now, except for the word please. Okay, I will put it here, and I will now do a combination of free text and values from existing fields. Okay, because remember, we are now at the second activity. The first activity, which is the form, has been submitted. So the values from the form are already saved in the database. So I can go and fetch them and use them in additional activities like this one. So the message body will read, please approve the service request for the following details, let's call it. And now I can add values from my existing workflow. In the fields part of the customized message body window, I have all the available activities from my workflow, including the metadata of the workflow itself. I can grab information from here because it is already written, because the workflow has been created. So these fields are populated. I can put the workflow name, the workflow instance ID, and so on. I want to be a little bit more specific, and I want to put here in the message for the technical manager, I want to put the name of the person who requested and his email. Okay, so I will put here, I will write here name, and then I will go to the service request details form. I will open the relevant table, default view, and I will pick the field name. Okay, double click on the field and it will populate it here, which means that the body will contain whatever is in this field, which will be the name of the person who requested. The same logic will be for email. I will put here the email, and I will also put date. So with a few clicks of a finger, X, that's it. So with a few clicks of a finger, I'm populating the message with free text and information taken from any previous activity of the workflow. Okay, so this is how you customize the body section. Let me know if I can continue.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I have the validate button over here. Very recommended to click on it and make sure that the expressions which I've planted here are correct. I get the validation correct, so I click OK, and I return to the message details window. So I know what will be sent in the message. Now we need to decide who will receive this message. So in our story, the technical manager should receive it. If I translate it to the configuration of a task, I need to go here to the recipients tab and decide who will get it. Now I can send it to groups, I can send it to users, I can send it to specific roles in my system. We will start simple. So I will send it to myself, to my user. So I select from the recipient page, I click on add recipient, select user. Then the system will ask me, which user are you referring to? And she will show me all the users of this current server. I will select myself and I will click on insert. So now the recipient of this message is the user. This is my user. So go ahead and add yourself, add your users in the recipient list. So this is how your recipient tab should look like.
Gil, I have a question.
So Gil, we have
Yes.
to select the lab 4 operator, right? Lab 4, lab 3.
The last four.
No, so the username is lab 4, lab 3 we are using, right?
Exactly. Yeah, the user that you use to log into the system. There was another question.
Yeah, Gil. Like you have selected the Gil, like you have selected yourself, but if you will select the lab operator 10, so the email will be sent to the lab operator 10 automatically.
It's not automatically an email. We will see it later on in flow time, but lab operator 10 will see a task over here.
Okay.
Now, since we are all global admin, we can all see what anyone else is receiving, but in real life, this will be a user who is supposed to get this message and is supposed to act accordingly. Okay, so you have yourself, you have your user as the recipient.
No, Gil, actually after select user, what we have to select or what we have to click on?
You have the insert icon on the
No,
right side.
actually, yeah, there is an icon.
Let's see what you see.
Okay. Yeah, this one.
Okay, so it's already in.
Okay.
You see, you have the option to. No, you selected manager and direct. Okay, you don't need that.
Okay.
So click on the pencil, the green pencil. Remove manager from here, or delete it from the row itself. Yeah.
From here, delete.
No. Oh, so click on the X next to it. Yeah. On the red X, this one.
It is not clicking.
I don't know why. That's
Yeah.
Now add recipient again, user. Select yourself or your user, user. And click on insert. That's it. Don't need to add role or hierarchy.
Okay.
Now you have it. Okay, cool. And again, remember, you always have, or almost always, you have help here. You have articles which explains each and every part of this configuration. So we're keeping it simple. We are sending the message to a single user in queue mode default. Okay, remember this option. There are several other options here. We're going to talk about them tomorrow. So this is in default mode. I click OK. And basically my task is now ready. Okay, but my last configuration is the if else. So I need to determine when will this workflow reach this point of the tech manager. So it is based on the input from the service request form. If I selected high priority, then it will move to the service request approval. If not, the workflow should end. And let's see how we configure it. Let's double click or right click and edit the if else activity. Currently it's empty, of course, so I want to add a business rule. Okay, so I want to make sure that everyone is here.
Yeah, Gil, we are here.
Yes, Gil.
Okay, so I will give it a name, high priority check. And I can select from three types of business rules. The default standard one, which involves a field from an existing form type activity, which is evaluated each time the workflow is updated until either it or the workflow is completed, which means that I need to track a field from the service request details form and see what was written in it. In my case, this is a checkbox for high priority. So I gave it a name. I leave it in the standard business rule. We also have time-based activities. We'll touch them also later on in the training. So now let's proceed. Now, what is the business rule? I need to check a certain field. Where is this field? I can locate it here from my list of fields. So this field will be in the service request details. And it is in the default view. And this is his name, high priority. So I double click on that field. So I get the entire path. This is coming from the activity called service request details, from the table default view. And this is the name of the activity. Okay, I can validate it, but for sure it will give me a validation successfully here underneath. Okay, let me know that you have it also in your configuration.
Yeah.
Yes, we have.
Okay.
Gil, I'm a little confused. I need your help.
Did you open the if else activity?
One second. Can I share my screen?
One second. Yeah. Stop. Okay, go ahead. Okay. The container.
A little
This is a not necessary. This is, you can remove it. Yeah. Okay, now double click on the, you have the task configured with the form and the message?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, cool. So let's go to the if else. Or you can show me this, okay. Okay, yeah, we have the approved, cool. Let's go to the if else activity. Yeah. Double click or right click and select edit. That's the way I enter it immediately. Add a new rule. Click on add, give it a proper name. Okay, and now locate the field. Locate the high priority field, which is hiding under service request detail. Default view table, and you have their high priority. Double click on high priority. Yeah, and validated successfully. You can click on next. Okay, this is the ability to, 1 second, dismiss and dismiss. Okay, you can chain this business rule to another business rule, but we don't need to, so we keep the none.
Okay.
And we click on save. And we have a business rule added. So if you click on the name of your business rule, okay, so you see the content. This business rule is following this control, which is a checkbox.
Okay.
Okay, so you are good to go. Let me return to my screen. My screen is also showing, I'm in the editor mode here. So let's click on next. Click on save. Okay, this is my high priority check. And the last thing to do here, we don't like to see the default generic names here. So what?
Actually, it's a Boolean property, right? So it should be true or false, I think.
Yeah, but the true or false, I'm going to put it on the links after it. Okay, it's a good question, but yeah, and there is something missing here. You're right. Because what do I do in case of X or Y? You're completely right. So I'm simply going to change the name of the activity. So it will be high priority check, alias as well. Okay, now what do I do with the conclusion of this if-else activity? If the conclusion is that that field is true, which means that it has been selected, I want to go to the service request approval. How do I do that? I stand on the link between the if-else and the task, right-click, select properties, and I mark on success. Click on update. Wait a little bit. And there I have a green link going to the service request approval. I will perform the same logic on the other link, going to the end of the workflow. Properties, but this time go here in case of a failure, which means that I didn't select that high priority checkbox. Waiting for the update. And there you have it.
Please tell me from where we can get a link activity. Link.
Right click on the link itself
Wait,
and
right.
select properties.
मैं तो बोलता हूँ पेट भी बाहर आ रहा, पेट ही बाहर आ रहा, वो तो नहीं बोलती कभी थी.
Okay, can I proceed? I have some background noise there. Please mute yourself if you're not asking anything.
No, actually, I'm not getting that link.
Okay, let's see.
I'm sharing screen. Yeah, there I am.
No, you need to click on the links that are going out of the if else. And by the way, this link is opposite. This link is wrong between the if else and task one. You see the direction is wrong. You need to shoot it from the if else to the task.
Okay.
Oh, that's.
Can I get again it Control Z? No.
I don't think so.
No, it's
You
not
need to
working
put.
here.
You need to put. No, it's not. You need to be careful with your clicks. Go to flow. If else. Yeah, connect the form to the if else and then to the task, right? No, you don't. You can't connect all of them together.
Okay.
These are different paths. So go from the form to if else. Oh. Yeah. Okay, let's check here. I have something duplicated here. No, it's a little bit messy here. Something is wrong between the task and the end. Do you have a link between the task and the end?
This one and this.
Yeah,
I
you
think
see, there is a link which is passing through the if else. It's not supposed to do that. So remove these links. We can already remove these links.
This one?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now connect the if else to the end. You know, you can right click and select quick bind. You don't need to go out to the link. Okay, that's it will be easier. Now let's configure the if else quickly again. Next, yeah, locate your high priority field. Yep, click on next and then click on save.
Should I close?
Yeah, you're done here. And now you can click each of these links, right click the link here. Properties, and on success for this one and on failure for the other.
Update.
Of course, otherwise it will not get.
Okay.
Say you have a green link over there and the other one from if else to the end should be in red. From if else to the end, you have a link. Yep, right click. And this time select on failure. No, what's the logic of sending both of them there? You need to have a difference. Yeah. Now let's wait until it turns red.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we are good to go. Do all of you have the same behavior, or at least the same configuration? Now we're going to check the behavior. So if you're satisfied with your configuration, click on validate and make sure you have a green light there. And I'm going to run it in Process Lab. Okay, this is the first form. I'm going to put a name, West, and email, and date. Let's put a laptop over here, and I'm going to select high priority. And I'm going to submit the form, and let's see what happened here. I automatically got the service request approval form because I've sent the recipient is myself. I want to go to the workflow view and show you what happened here. So it went to the high priority check, and the high priority check decided to move it to the service request approval. Why? If I stand on the high priority check itself, and I select here test condition. Okay, so the status is passed and the result is true, which means indeed I did select high priority, so the system performed what it should do. Okay, you can see it here also in the tree. It went to the high priority check. It went into the service request approval, and it showed, since I am the only recipient here, it opened the output for me. Now, this is the message. Okay, this is me because I'm the recipient. This is the subject with the number inside. Please approve the service request. I have this information coming from within my service request details. Now, if I want to go back to see the actual form, I need to select highlight myself here, and then go to output. So this is my form. I can decide what to do with it. Okay, let's approve it and click submit. And the workflow has been successfully completed. And you can see the path over here. It went to end container 1, and then it went to the end of the workflow. So this is what you see from the process lab. I will run it again. This time, you can imagine I won't select the, okay, let's take this and this and this and this, and I don't select high priority. I click on submit, and the current workflow was successfully completed because now the decision was false. So the business rule examined this field, came to the conclusion that it is false, which means unselected. If it's unselected, I send it to the end of the workflow. Okay, so this is how it looks like from the developer side. Let's see how it looks like from the flow time, but I will ask you if you got the same behavior if you ran it in process lab.
Okay, I got the same behavior.
Okay, so you see there are two simple tests here. Launch the workflow. One time select the high priority, one time don't select, and see that it moves to the proper location. Now, the last thing I will do is I will show what does the end user see here? Service request, this is mine. Okay, so this is process 7230. Let's put some information here. Let's put a certain date here. Okay, insert and high priority, and I will click submit. Okay, now, because I'm the same user, I will see the service request approval, but I'm going to deliberately close this window and look at it from the eyes of the technical manager. So the technical manager is supposed to see a new task over here under his process tasks. So let's see if he indeed got it. And this is what I see. I have a service request approval in process so-and-so. It came from this workflow. It came from this user. I can right-click here, click these three dots, and I want to focus on the message. Let's see what was the message here. Okay, please approve. Okay, so I understand what I need to do here. And if I understand what I need to do, I can open this task. Review everything and decide that I am approving, submitting it. I get a note that the work was successfully completed. And it is removed from my open tasks, and I can see it in my completed task. So that's the end of this workflow. Okay, so this was just the flow time, like in a nutshell, because there are other components here and no configuration here, because these are the end user. They don't configure anything. They simply use the site, but we will get to know more and more activities here. Any questions about this part? Or did all of you passed out? Could be. Okay, so I think we will break for today. Let's recap on what we've added today. So first of all, any questions along the way? Now is the time. I want to make sure that everyone's workflow is indeed working like this, because this will be the prerequisite to continue with the workflow. So if it's working now, then we have a good start.
Well, mine is working as like you.
It's behaving accordingly?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. So what did we cover today? We've added a combo box with a manual list of choices. We've added a grid, and we talked about the whole concept of the grid table and how to configure it and so on. We've created a read-only view of this form, and then we utilized it inside a task activity, which we configured both the form and the message of it. And then we added the if-else activity that determined how do we proceed with the workflow. I'm getting a lot of questions, and it's okay. I know it's very hard to follow on one screen of the laptop what I'm doing and then moving to your site and doing it again. it is preferable to work with 2 screens here. So one screen to see my work and another screen to do your work. So you always have it in front of you. I'm not sure that it is doable for the rest of the week. What do you say? Any chance of getting other additional screens, or maybe we can use additional
Like
screens?
we need actually Gil, we need to ask this to our manager, like dual screen Gen practice will provide us the dual screen or not.
Okay, I believe that in the office you will have dual screen, so that's not an issue. But for the training purposes, I do see that it is running a little bit slow. On one hand, this is good because I want you to do these, I don't know by accident or not, but to face these mistakes now in terms of links, in terms of forms, in terms of controls, and feel the system right now, because if you get your hands dirty now, it will be much easier when you are in the actual projects. Tomorrow we will continue from this spot. So we basically created the first container. We finished the first container. And tomorrow I would like to add the second container, which is the part of the reviews. Okay, so this will have human activities and non-human activities. What I do request before we start tomorrow is go over this guide. I believe that some of you already done it, but what we covered today is exercises 2, 3, 4, and 5. Debugging the workflow, we already did it yesterday, so I can say that you know the content of exercise 6, but if anything is unclear from today, please go over these exercises before we start the next day. If needed, even create a new workflow and simply follow the steps here inside in case you missed anything. Tomorrow, I would like to cover the second container, which means exercises 7, 8, 9, actually it's until 11, but I want to progress a little bit more because we were supposed to start the second container today. So we are a little bit behind. So again, take a look at this guide, go over exercises 2 until 6 to refresh yourself. You have the server for your configuration. If you do want to play with all these data sources and all of these options, by all means do, but I recommend to do it on another workflow. So you will always have a working workflow ready for you when we continue tomorrow. Okay, now let's see what else I owe you. Pallavi, I need to confirm that you will receive this PDF from Animesh, or did you already have it?
No, I don't have. I asked him, he told me that maybe I missed, I will check.
Okay, well, other people who has the PDF, please forward it to Pallavi so she can have it as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
And Parveen, you asked for the link to the genome path, right?
Yes, yeah, right.
Okay, so with that note, I will thank you for your time. I know it's much harder to listen to the training than to deliver the training. But as you go along in the training, you will become more and more confident with the system, and that will be helpful for all of you. So in that note, I wish you a very pleasant evening, and we will meet here tomorrow, same time, same Zoom session. Okay?
Okay.
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 So much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.